Good morning. Good day. Today we're gonna jump into hazards. Although from like a very primitive level, right? Always gunk in the top of these cans. Yeah, we're gonna do hazards today based on primitive colliders. We're not gonna do anything visually for them yet. We just want to have the system in place so that when it comes time to add the visuals, we can do so and just have them work. But my job is not the visuals. My job is the system. So we need to make the system. Yesterday we implemented the resources for the player and ways to raise them up and down. Here we need to actually implement the things that will raise them up or down, or I guess they're hazards, so only down. And then later in the week, either tomorrow, depending on how far we get in this today, or Thursday, if it takes us 2 days, we will add the resource restoration stations, which will raise those stats back up. We wrote up some notes of how I want to try and implement these. Primitive collider-based system with tracking overlaps and applying one-off and or tick resource drain. Use hazard volumes to fire back to component on player. Let component handle logic. Okay, so yeah, so the player's gonna have have logic for handling these effects, as we're going to call them. That's perfect. I think that'll work. We shall see. Player effects. We don't have any like NPCs, so we don't really need to worry about letting others have these effects too. Let's get this added to the player right away as well. Okay, player effects. What effect? What effect? What effect? I think I wanted to use timer functions to handle the ticking. I think that'll work fine. Just depends on how many ticks per second we want to do. But I think we'll start with like 5 per second. We'll probably need a... Yeah, we want to track 3 things. Sources, ID, and something else. The source, the ID, and... I don't remember what else. Oh, I think the number of instances. Source actor, ID, although I think we would need source actors as an array. Count Hmm. I don't want to make this system too scalable in ways that would be kind of challenging to develop because we don't know if we need that. It would be a waste, right? I think if source actor and ID already exist, reapply. That way, if you're actually like standing in the... If you're standing within the range of something, we just reapply it continuously. Hmm. Actually, I'm rethinking that now. I'm wondering if that's overly complicated. We for sure want multiple concurrent effects. Because you might be standing near, let's say, a radioactive rock, and also in direct light of the star, which means that we have two impacts on the ablative. And we can do those in the same function, right, and apply just that one additive, you know, drain to your ablative. We don't have to do them separately. Because we would want to store every active effect. And I think ID is like is mainly optional. But ID is not like the effect ID. I'm just thinking if we have this on like a 5 ticks per second or something, or let's say 1 tick per second to make the math easy for now, and we want to reapply the effect while the player is standing inside of there. Or we could specify that the effect type is... We could have like an enum of effect type where one is apply on tick, and another would be until removed. Because I think in the case of standing near those rocks, we can attempt the remove on the player leaving the collider's radius or range. And that's where we check, hey, does this have an ID associated with it? If so, then we need to check, are there any other source actors with the same ID? Make sure they're valid. Because if so, we don't actually want to remove that. And I think, like, we can handle this all in like one function. Or we can split it up into multiple, but we kind of need to first check. Loop through active effects. Remove invalid ones. Due to actor validity. We will of course have like a separate removal function, but we do want to double check that, hey, these valid at the time of actually calculating damage. Add up active effects. Or active effects, but let's just say add up active effects. Apply sum of active effects. Let's say also like note effects for removal. Or I suppose because we want to, some might be like a tick, like a damage over time, we would want to specify the number of ticks left for that. We could say decrement ticking effect count. Removing newly invalidated and one off. Add up active effects. I mean, I like the idea of like storing them based on ID. Like you have one active. That wouldn't be the case, because you'd have radioactive rock 1, radioactive rock 2. We could use data table rows. We could still use data table rows to determine the strength of it, right? We could have like a medium strength, a high strength, and a low strength rock. Or we could just make child blueprints. Doesn't really matter in this case. Either work. I don't know how many we'll have though. And it might just be easier to make child blueprints. But I do like my data tables. And I'd prefer not to have to like call back to the source actor every single time that we want to check its data table for ticking. There would be, 5 times a second. I would like to avoid that. So maybe this is just overcomplicated for the number of effects that we would expect to have on the player at one time. Because we don't really have that many effects in the first place. I mean, what do we have? We have toxic gases, hallucinogenic, radioactive material, and solar flare. We have essentially 4 effects. We would want to probably show like an icon on the HUD somewhere with like a number of active effects you have of that, maybe. What's up, Ice Cree? Your ashes of cremation? Ashes of cremation? Pretty good. I haven't heard that joke. I did hear the drama. Yeah, I don't really know about it. I know people aren't happy with the CEO, but I don't really know why. I never played the game, and I was never really into it, so I don't know the specifics of like what happened and all the promises and stuff with like the Kickstarter. I don't know. I don't know. I hope that people on Steam will actually get refunds though with this. And I bet Valve is probably monitoring things very closely. Oh, they actually removed it from being sold now. I think we checked yesterday and it was still purchasable. And it looks like they quietly removed the price. There's still 2,000 people playing it though. When did they do it? I don't see it. I'm pretty sure price changes do show for packages. So maybe it was Valve that did it? Interesting. Like, this is the only one that really stands out to me because these are automatic. These review percentage changes. Interesting. They ran out of money and did a rug pull? That's what I've heard. I heard that the CEO said something different, but I just don't know any of the specifics behind this. So I'm just gonna wait until we have confirmation of what happened and then watch some compiled video of that. I think maybe storing an array of source actors based on ID probably is overboard. You know, I don't expect that we're gonna throw the player into an area where they have like 100 active effects that we need to condense down all that information so well. If anything, the maximum that I could imagine is like 5 at one time, which is perfectly fine to loop through, 5 times a second. That's not a big deal, especially if we nativize this, which we would nativize this later. So I think instead what we can do is just source actor, ID as optional, an enum of like apply allowance, and this will be one per ID. I don't like any here. We want to say that we should only have one for this ID. So if there's multiple that are here, only consider let's just say like the first one found as the owner of this ID. So ignore the second source actor and skip that that effect. Though I think what we'll still do is we'll still check it for active effects and we'll just decrement it. But we just won't apply that. Oh, I thought I dropped it. So maybe apply allowance, we can just do like, multiple allowed as one, as the default, one per ID, and that's where we then check if this has an ID. And I think if one per ID is set but no ID is there, we could throw an error for that, like just, you know, a warning. We'll say ticks left, although we probably want effect type. Effect strength, which will be the basically the damage dealt, right? This will be like ablative, or maybe this is like the effect type of, is this from, you know, from solar radiation? I guess like effect source type maybe is the best way to say it. Not effect type. And we'll use this to match up to icons. We'll use an enum for ease. Ticks left. We also need like an appliance type, so, well, I suppose if it's like a one-off, I think we want that not on the blueprint component, but we would want that on the hazard itself of whether or not it's a one-off effect, because the BPC should just handle the logic of what to do, but we need to tell it what to do, and in this case we need to tell it, you are a one-off hazard, so when I walk into your radius, you apply, you know, a single amount of damage to me. Versus the hazard that will reapply it while the player is standing inside of it, right? And then we have ticks left. So that's where we loop through active effects. We double check source actor validity. We need to add up active effects, and that's where we check, hey, is appliance, is apply allowance 1 per ID, in which case let's make a local variable that's like ID and count, and we'll just take the first one found. But we will decrement all of them anyway. So that we'll do that. And then effect source type is just for showing on the HUD. So that's where the BPC is going to connect into the widget through an MVVM. And then we add up all the effect strengths. We apply them. And then we'll treat the one-off events as just a single tick damage dealer. And if it's one per, or if it's 5 ticks per second, then of course there will be like a slight delay to you walking into these. The maximum delay, I should say, would be the 0.2 seconds. So 200 milliseconds. Which I don't think is that bad. What's up, C-Spawn? WoW is owned by Microsoft. Is it? Blizzard? Activision? Wait, does Microsoft own Activision Blizzard? Did I forget that? Oh yeah, they are owned by Microsoft, you're right. I did forget about that. Of course they do. They own Activision Blizzard, they own Bethesda. Isn't it great living in monopolies? Alright, let's make our enums and structures for this. Let's go make our data. We will need, I think, only one structure. Oh, you know what we need to? We either need to match up the effect source type to the damage type, or we need to specify damage type. Now, of course, we will have to, in the function that actually deals the damage, that does this tick, we will have to account for the fact that if the player has no ablative, we're supposed to do health damage. You know what's funny is shields are basically just a second health bar. What are you gonna do? Yeah, you're kind of right about that. Overwatch and Diablo have gotten beat out. Kind of a shame. Like, I never really got into Overwatch, but it's a shame what happened to Overwatch when they had such an easy layup. I mean, even League of Legends has survived this long. And I would say it's kind of a word. I don't know. They're not my types of games anyway. What does my opinion matter? I think we'll note... Think about Overwatch had died due to cheaters like every PvP game does? Did it really, Bane Trapper Dev? Also welcome. Died due to cheaters, huh? Yeah, I never got into MOBAs either. I tried playing a little bit of League of Legends way back. Like, who knows how many years ago. And I played a few matches, and I got really angry and salty, and then I played against bots, and the game was a lot more fun. And then I just stopped playing. And that was all in, like, the span of, I don't know, like, a week. Hey, Vengeful Orca. How's it going? It's going really well today. I'm excited. I'm getting into data. And hopefully no artistic stuff, no rotators or quaternions, nothing scary. Do we need apply allowance on the hazard? suppose we would. I suppose all of these would have to be on the source. Well, anti-cheat's a tough thing, but anti-cheat is getting more detailed and intricate, but also so are the cheaters. League of Legends is always a top category in Twitch, so it must be popular. Must be. Main profit is selling the cheats. Why do people cheat? I don't know. I never understood it. What's the point of pretending that you're good at a game if you're not actually good at the game? We would need to on the... We would need like the ticks to apply. But that shouldn't be part of the main structure. Granted, we could feed that into the blueprint component and just ignore it because it wouldn't apply to dealing the damage. Give me a second, I'll read chat. I'm trying to think about how we want to structure this. I don't think we would have so many different sources of these damaging effects that we need to worry too much about requiring a level designer, or me in this case, to run through and change it all and balance it all. That's not a big problem to me. I'm just wondering, do we want to have ticks to apply? Because a one-off effect shouldn't be applying a tick anyway, because it's a one-off effect. It just does damage, right? You walk into, let's say, some source of damage, it does its damage, and it's not going to do that until you back up and then run into it again. Easy. We'll have to try it out. Hey, Sujan. Long time no see. Has it been? Weren't you here like... Oh, maybe you were here last week. I thought you were. I don't know. You a big League of Legends fan, Bane? Or Overwatch? Sorry, not League of Legends, but Overwatch. Weeks are an eternity for the youth. Oh, yeah. Then you become an adult and it's like, oh, it's another Monday, I guess, huh? What are we gonna do? I'm a little worried, like, if we have the... If you're within range of a radioactive rock, and we want to apply that tick every 0.2 seconds, right? 200 milliseconds. And we want to handle it within the blueprint component on a tick basis. We'd have to ensure that the tick is being reapplied before we actually run through the effects. But I don't really like that idea, because now we get into like timing of things, and that's kind of a bad way to handle it. It would be safer if we have the, if the player leaves the radius and we're going to remove the effect anyway, to just apply more ticks than we need. Because once the player leaves the radius, we can remove the effect. But I suppose there are some times where we would want to like run through, like, let's say a toxic cloud and apply and like reapply the number of ticks. So like, let's say it's 5 ticks. While you're standing inside of it, we just reapply that 5 ticks. And then when you run out of it, we don't remove it, but now it's allowed to tick down and it won't get reapplied. So I think that's the way we handle it. And we have like either a Boolean or, we can refactor this to an enum later if we need to have it in a different way. We can have B remove on exit. The BPC won't care about this though. This will be on the individual hazard actor. So anything with this with an asterisk in front of it is on the hazard actor. And the only two things that aren't going to be there are the source actor and the ticks left, because that's what we need to manage in the tick function. So we could make all of the things with the asterisk as a single structure, and then make a second structure where we append the source actor and the ticks left, and that's the one that we use in player effects. That's my thoughts on it. Okay, let's do a structure. ST hazards, or hazard data. Hazard config. Ooh. Yeah, sorry you guys have to read that whole like cool lore about sci-fi facility when right now it's just block out. But we're pretty early into development, so things will take shape, but for right now it is very much just block out. Because that's all that we need to test the gameplay. Let's modify this. We will need 2 enums. Oh, well, potentially 3. In space, they choose the most efficient construction technique of cubes. Wouldn't it be triangles? Or maybe there's something like, I don't know, like hexagons or something that are even better. Everything's just triangles underneath anyway. That's the red pill moment. I don't like how enums with like the proper style guide are not supposed to have an underscore. I'm gonna start adding an underscore. Overscoping? Are we overscoping? Who's overscoping? Apply allowance. This will be hazard. Apply allowance. 360 no scoping. Everyone's overscoping? Nah. We only have like 4 resources anyway. We just have health, ablative, hydrogen, and building components. And building components are just like a separate resource for building things. So it's really just 3, health, ablative, and hydrogen. Peak UI design right there. Source type. Hazard source type. Okay, thought I threw that and it landed in a way that it would leak. We're okay though. Last one is effect damage type. I did note that we wanted to have like proximity based too. That might be a little bit more tricky. Well, not really. The reason why I don't think it's tricky is if we include proximity as a part of the structure and the data that we're sending. We can easily just turn that into a percentage and then just make a percentage of the damage. If the damage itself is not... I mean, we can always floor it to the lowest, or to the nearest integer. Though our health, hydrogen, and ablative are floats anyway. Well, health, no, I think health is an integer. But that can be refactored if we need to. So let's just, for the sake of it, say that we could apply non-integer damage. We're gonna sum things up anyway, so it's okay if individual damaging effects are non-whole numbers. I don't see why not. But we would need to calculate that. I would need to include it. We would need to include... Oh, we don't do multiplayer games. I'm not a big fan of working on multiplayer stuff, so I just do single player. That's why we don't overscope. It's like, I can make complex games easy. I've been doing this shit for over 10 years. But I still am scared of multiplayer. And I think there's an overabundance of multiplayer games right now, so I just stick to what I like to make, which is single player experiences. Everybody and their mother's making some co-op multiplayer game. Say B is proximity based. I could grab the proximity at the time of doing the tick. So instead of sending the proximity, we could just use a BPI with hazards to grab the player's current proximity when we need it. thereby getting a much more accurate picture of where the player actually is at the moment. Yeah. And that's easy to grab because we're just gonna add it, or we're just gonna grab it from the root. If multiple IDs exist though, we need to grab the max. If we find multiple proximities, we need to grab the max. This will be a tough but fun function to make. I love complex data-driven functions. That's my bread and butter. I'm getting titillated. A hazard apply allowance, hazard damage type, and hazard source type. We don't need all of them right now, but we just need the 3 damage types, which would be health, ablative, and hydrogen. Looks good there. Source type is... This is just used to match up to icons, so we can do solar. We can always add more later. This is really just used for matching up icons. There's no other use case for this. And this could be refactored. For a note, for anybody who's like super new here, we're going to be refining. This is about like 30 minutes to a few hours of gameplay. It's a precision platformer, so your time with it's going to depend on your skill level and how many times you fail. But we're just going to be refining this bit of gameplay throughout the entire year. That's it. Not only tweaking it to make it better, but then going through and adding in all of the final artwork that we want, adding in the sounds and everything. And once we get this to vertical slice quality, then we can start scaling up and planning for our early access launch. And that's the way we can manage the amount of gameplay that we need to refactor if we need to refactor anything. So if we need to refactor this, for instance, not a big deal if I need to add in or change how we handle this, but let's just think of all that we might have. We'll have like a generic radiation. We will have mineral radiation. So you might want to show a different icon for that. Those will be ablative damage, and then we have health, so we have toxic, gas, hallucinogenic, or hallucinogenic. That doesn't look right. Hallucinogenic. Hallucinogenic. Damn it, I had it right the first time. It's a tough one. Also, get 50% off a yearly plan of Proton Pass with our affiliate link. I do recommend Proton Pass. If you're using a password manager, or if you're not using a password manager, please start using a password manager. Only $2.50 a month with our affiliate link. Thank you to Proton Pass. You know what's funny is I almost lost the affiliate, I guess you could say sponsorship with Proton Pass when they emailed me, because the email looked suspicious and it wasn't listed as one of the official email domains as coming from Proton. So I reported it to, and it had a link in it. It had like a suspicious link in it. But that was for me to sign up to the partner program. So I reported that email to Proton, and they got back to me and said, "Oh no, that's actually legitimate." I did the smart thing, right? Okay. It turned out to be wrong. I'm happy that I got it, but I almost lost it because of that. hallucinogenic gas, and there's one other one, right? It really looked suspicious. Like it was completely not one of the official Proton emails, but it just ended up being an actual like pretty high-ranking lady in Proton. And I apologize. I'm like, I'm really sorry that I didn't get back to you sooner, but I thought that this was like a phishing attempt. She was really nice about it though. She was very nice. We could add like molten metal and fire. Just for the sake of it. I don't think we'll ever have those, but good enough for me. Okay, and then hazard apply allowance. We only have 2 right now, but I wanted to do an enum just for the sake of scalability in the future. Multiple allowed, 1 per ID. Okay, and then finally hazard config. We need our fname for ID. We will need our apply allowance. Effect source type. Great, I have hiccups now. Wonderful. Damage type. Effect damage will be a float. And this should be damage per tick. Boolean for B is proximity based. Ticks to apply. Oh yeah, ticks to apply, and I think these we could keep separate because I don't believe that we need... I did have these as part of this structure, but I think that these could be part of the... These don't need to be sent to the BPC. They don't need to be sent. So we will remove those. Let's make a basic hazard blueprint too. BP hazard base. This will be the parent. This will store the hazard config as an instance editable variable. And we'll make one child class for right now, which will be BP hazard underscore sphere. Right now we're just going to use primitives, which should be pretty easy to deal with. What is the do all the colliders inherit from the same parent? Is there like just a base collider class? Out of curiosity. No, there's individually sphere, box, and capsule. Also, ocean box collision. What shape is an ocean box? I would want to run all of the logic in the parent. But for proximity, I would have to grab the first component. I don't know if we need to know what component it is, though. It would just be a scene component. I think with a scene component, we could just grab its transform. I don't know if there's any reason we need to know what type of collider it is. Except that if it's a capsule, our proximity to a capsule center doesn't really make sense. And we would have to calculate that differently. Because with a capsule, like a pill shape, right? If we wanted to have proximity-based damage, then realistically it should be along this entire red line that we check. As opposed to, you know, a box, which is a lot simpler because we can just grab the center. Unless we scale it. Sphere is the easiest because there's always just a center. The rectangle has a similar problem. Or we would need to check within that. I could probably handle it with math. Let's start with the sphere. Because the sphere, however we send the proximity, I think, yes, that depends on the child. But we don't have to put the proximity checker on the parent. We can put that in the child. We could overwrite the function. So it's not a big deal. Everything else could be handled by the parent. We might just need some small overwrites to... Well, we could hook into parent functions, but then use the events from the sphere overlaps to fire into those functions on the parent. So in the hazard sphere, we would just implement the character overlap checks. I won't do the specific player character, I'll do the generic character. Or pawn, whichever, I mean, either works, to be honest. If true, do something, we don't know yet. We will need event on destroy too. For handling destruction, but we could handle that within the parent. So like each child will look like that, and then we'll have the parent functions being called here. player proximity. Yeah, hazard base will also store the current player proximity. Because we can calculate that. We can call that when we need it. That'll be internal. That's non-instance editable. Ticks to apply and remove on exit do need to be here. Integer and Boolean. Moves on exit. Let me rename this just to hazard. Or like base hazard config. We'll put this in a category for hazard config. Move those up to there too. We'll just test this out at the start of the game. And for debugging, I'm gonna make sure that we can see this in game. Got me thinking, how would I handle doing damage intensity on custom shapes, for example, mesh that looks like horse damage intensity calculation? So this is something that I don't know if I can answer specifically. I wanted to set up like a spline system. Which we could just check like X and Y for, if we wanted. Although that could get kind of dangerous. But then that would at least allow you to like set up custom shapes like that. That's my only, like, I can draw it out, but like a spline would then just allow us to, you know, have a custom shape like this, and we just need to check if the player has entered within that. The only problem is I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to check if the player has entered within that. What I was going to do was reverse engineer ultra dynamic skies spline system that they have. Try to find it. I know they have one. Sound system utilities, weather effects. I thought it was in here. Oh yeah, weather override volume. And as long as you're within this, the radius of this, you have that effect being applied. What is the simplest solution? I don't know. For custom shapes, I actually don't. I'm not a programmer by default. My skills are still a bit lacking compared to somebody with equal amount of time in the industry but specializing in programming. But this is fully blueprint, so I was just gonna try to reverse engineer and see how they're checking if the player is actually inside of it. But man, it does not look simple, does it? I don't even see where they check where the player is. I don't think the spline would have like a collider. Check to update sample point for current alpha. I do not see it. It must just be checking on tick. But then you would think, okay, that would be pretty nasty if they're just checking on tick. So they must be turning tick on and off somewhere, if I had to think. What am I looking for? Just the way that they handle the transition. Like, what do they use to determine that within this spline shape, you know, we have rain? Because that would allow us to make hazards that have custom shapes to them instead of just being based on primitives. Oh well, something I can think about later. That's the advanced version of these hazards. But as long as we have like the basic setup, we can always just refactor to that and it won't be a big deal. But I don't know if we need that. There's no point over-engineering every system in the game, wasting time. Especially if primitives can do the job for us. Let's make a quick grabber function for the BPC. Yeah, let's do that. Get player effects component. Do a validity check. Get component by class. BPC player effects. Here function is valid. Do another validity check for this. If valid, return that component. Otherwise, we're out. Benefits of not needed to code it yourself and have it in engine. It just works. I still like people will, if I know you're not, but other people would tell me, hey, why are you not just using gas? Which is Unreal's gameplay ability system, which could already handle like ticking of damage over time and like all that's built into it. I find it overly bloated. And my reasoning is, if it can do 100 things and I only needed to do 5 things, I'd rather just code my own version of those 5 things because then I know how it works. Keep the game more efficient. To me, that's a lot better. And every game, every amazing game made before gas existed, didn't need gas. So I don't know if it's necessary to have it in order for this game to be functional and fun. But that's just my cynical take. Maybe I'm crazy. Okay, this is bad. No, it's not bad. What it does a few things very well. So it's already networked. It's replicated, which is amazing. So for if you're making a game like we were talking about earlier, like Overwatch or League of Legends, if you were making a game like that in Unreal, gas is the best solution, and you should use it. It supports abilities, player stats and resources, damage over time effects, all replicated, all beautiful, great, wonderful. But for like a single player game where we're only going to have a few damage over time effects and resources, it's just a lot of setup and bullshit for something I could have just coded myself in a simpler way that wouldn't have as much overhead on the CPU. That's my feeling. I actually should refactor this to do a validity check on the character too. Just thought about that. A little bit of spaghetti. Hard to avoid. Not a big deal. Okay, we should have all the data. Let's set up this hazard in the way that we want it. We're not going to worry about IDs yet. This should have ticks to apply. I don't see that. Now they should be there. Oh, that's weird. Why are there two hazard configs? There we go. You guys are probably covering it. Sorry. I'll raise it up here. Okay, so don't worry about IDs for right now. In which case, we don't need to worry about apply allowance. Source type doesn't matter right now. We'll just do some health damage, doesn't matter. Damage per tick will just make 1. We will need to modify that for percent. Ignoring proximity base, ticks to apply should be anything greater than like 3 should be safe, because we want to remove it on exit. Because I don't know if we want to show the player the number of ticks that are left on the effect, but if we did, we can just use that boolean to override the number and show like a little infinity symbol or something, or just some symbol to denote that this is not, you know, you're in this, you have this because you're standing within a toxic cloud, and maybe your best solution is to not stand within the toxic cloud if you don't want to get hurt. You know, just my expert opinion. Because there will be that one player that's like, I don't know why I'm getting hurt. Sure. We probably want a blueprint interface. I forgot the name of it. For hazards. We will do get hazard config. Get player proximity. I know for sure we want those two. I don't know if we need anything else right now, but we can just add them if we need it. Hazard config will be our hazard config and then the 2 additional. No, I think just the config for now. I was wondering if we need to also send the ticks to apply and remove on exit, but I don't think so. Not through the BPI at least. Yeah, not through the BPI. Okay, and then player proximity is just going to be a float return. Easy to calculate for the sphere, harder to calculate for capsule and for a rectangle. But let's not worry about that for right now. I'm not very good at the math aspect of things, but I think that we could just, if the player is within it, we can do like an XY. Well, no, we couldn't even do XY. It would have to be XYZ distance too. I'll worry about that tomorrow. I'll worry about that tomorrow. Hey, Sand Unicorn Kitty. How's it going today? Hazard base. Let's get the interface in. BPI hazards. We'll set this up. You know, we could always say when the player enters the hazard as well, that we actually start enabling ticks. So we could say that by default, hazards don't tick. I only worry about visual aspects. Like if we're meant to have like a, let's say a Niagara particle field within this hazard, right? It's like a smoke sphere. I wonder if disabling tick might affect the ticking of the particle field within that. Burnt your fingers on Sunday because I forgot how to make grilled cheese. Had a 1 second mini fire. Oh my god, what did you do? Were you like flipping it in the pan or something and the flame went up? Grilled cheese sounds really good though. In Poland there's something called żurek, which is like a sour rye soup. I feel like grilled cheese would be really, really good with that. Hey Fluffy Panda. Who now knows my name. The thing is we don't have... Yeah, you know what it is? I'm gonna have to override this function. So for hazard base, we'll just grab this, but then in hazard sphere, I'll do an override to get player proximity, because then here we can grab the sphere and we can get its world location. Although proximity is kind of based upon the radius, right? So the radius of the sphere. Get the scaled sphere radius. Did you see news about the Notepad++ hack? I did see that Notepad++ apparently Chinese intelligence had infected, from what I know, I could be wrong about this, had infected only specific people's versions of Notepad. We don't know whose versions, but I have some suspicion about who. It wasn't everybody's. It was targeted only to certain people, to certain IPs. But I'm gonna be honest. As much as I love Notepad, I really love Notepad. The developer of Notepad++ was openly political in his update notes, and I fear that that might have invited Chinese wrath upon him. And I understand it. You know, it's not like I disagree with what he was saying, but I feel like this could have been avoided. You're heating up the pan at max heat instead of medium-low like I'm supposed to, so when I put the sandwich in the pan, flame said hello and hugged my fingers. Jesus Christ. I mean, I hope it was just a very light burn. And nothing too bad. That's pretty scary. Thankfully they're minor. It's good to hear. Good to hear. Did you run them under some lukewarm water? 2 fingertips burn. Now you're like a criminal. Nice, nice. Good to hear. Burns are scary. I wonder if this returns the right value for the actual radius. Because right here I just scaled it up, so I didn't actually set the sphere's radius. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Fluffy Panda. You grill the cheese, not the finger. You know, now that you say that, now that you put it like that, maybe that kind of makes sense. World location, scaled sphere radius. Get player character. Get world location for the capsule component. I wonder if the radius actually really matters. It does for creating the maximum to a lerp, so if we wanted to lerp or get the normalized to range, it would actually be a better one to do, where we use the distance between these. And I believe that that does return an absolute value for it. Think. I would hope so as distance. So we use the current distance. Range minimum is 0. Maximum would be the radius of that sphere, if I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna print that. I'm gonna print that though on tick. I want to see what that ends up being. Radius divided by player's distance from center equals intensity. Yeah, I guess we could just divide that, couldn't we? Well, we don't need to normalize that to a range when it's literally just automatically going to give us a value between 0 and 1. You make a fair point there. Would it be radius divided by player's distance? We'd still want to clamp it, because we're getting to the center of the player's capsule, so we would still want to clamp that. Not really, because radius divided by the player's distance. We'd have to invert that. This is a little bit better this way. This kind of saves me a little bit of headache later, actually, if I do it with the normalize and clamp. It's actually less math this way. I think an Apper game can have impact if the creator talks openly about political stuff. Like, do you think that like you'll see like a consequence or an impact on the source material if people are openly political? Yes, 100%. Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's a really good example recently of two games that are in a similar genre. I think there was like that 1368 game, which was about, or as far as I know, it's about a female knight in medieval Europe. And they were pretty open about their agenda with the character. And we saw people not wanting to support that game because of that. And then on the flip side, you had another one, Hellish, it was not Hellish Court. Some of you guys might remember the names of it because I don't really give a shit about the drama around it. But that game came out and openly said that they are not supporting that agenda, and some people didn't want to support it and some people wanted to support it for that. So yeah, I definitely think that there's an impact that people have when they're openly political like that. Everybody wants to be political nowadays, unfortunately. Kind of annoying. Helldivers had an issue with their community manager and their Discord, which oddly enough, the CEO did not really partake in the drama or political stances, but the Discord absolutely did. We live in a world where it has impact, but it shouldn't. That's a good way to put it. I don't think everybody is capable of separating the art from the artist, though. And sometimes the art is meant to be political. I don't like the idea that games shouldn't be political. I think they can be, you know, up to the artist. But if you're going to make a game that that touches on political subjects, I think you should expect that there will be people on both sides of the coin. Everyone would ignore the gay character for it was cool, but devs making everything gay also makes it lame, so everyone is tired of lame stuff. Turns out, also goes they make the typical correlation that gay equals lame. I think if you want to make, like, if you wanted to make a game where, let's use that medieval Europe one as an example. If you want to make a character about a lesbian knight in medieval Europe, like, fine, go ahead. I mean, if you want to tell it and it becomes an interesting story, go for it. And I don't really like the people that are openly antagonistic of it because they would say that it's unrealistic. Well, you know, that's the point of fantasy. It's meant to tell an unrealistic or, you know, one-off story. But I think when you're doing it with the agenda of we want to tell this because there aren't enough, I don't know, gay knights or something, you know, what do you expect from people? Like, they're not gonna like that. We're 4 times deep into fantasy. Yeah, I just, if it's an interesting story, I'll be like, okay, this is an interesting story. You know, it's clearly not the most realistic, but I don't know. But for me, it's like, if I were to go into making a story like that, my first thought wouldn't be, let's make a game set in medieval Europe where you play as a lesbian, because I'm already going into it trying to achieve a specific agenda, and I've set my character up in a way that the most interesting thing about her are her sexuality and her gender. And I just don't find that very interesting in most cases. I really don't. Like, you know, I love, like, you know, characters like Brienne of Tarth, right? I think that she was a really cool character, and she embodied, you know, part of the feminism coin, but in a way that didn't feel like it was pandering. First quest be burned at the stake. Yeah, I don't know. There's a way that I think they could achieve something interesting here, but they didn't. Hold on, let me see this. What am I getting wrong here? Are we not getting the distance? Sphere, character, capsule, world, location, distance. Why is that not printing? She's not knightly, she's not royal. They're just putting armor on some gay lame character and call it a knight. It's not... Everyone can see that. I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying, if you could write a... If the premise of the idea was, you know, we want to write a, like, female knight character, I'm not against that. But it just feels at a certain point like it is pandering, which doesn't interest me. And I can't, it's so hard nowadays to tell when the developers are doing this purposefully to pander, or when they're just trying to write something that is non-standard. Because I'm okay with non-standard, I'm okay with, you know, going a bit crazy and doing something fun, when the purpose is to tell an interesting, unique story, and not, we want to do this because we're trying to, you know, hit some checkboxes. Like Ghost of Yote, don't know whether it was historically accurate or not. Ghost of Yote was a good game. I enjoyed that. You ever use Flowgraph for quests? No. I used Narrative 3 for quests. That's right, we're not in scope, are we? Oh, because we're never calling get player proximity. I got too busy talking to you guys. I'm like, oh wait, we never actually call this function. Not that the function isn't working, it's that we never actually use it. Duh. Need to flip that. Just 1 divided by, right? Not 1 divided by. What's my math for inverting? Ugh. I feel like I'm 2 years old. I could solve it the lazy way. I could just lerp the alpha with a flipped. Oh, that'll piss people off. That'll be funny. How does that feel? I wonder if we could use some like we could use like some second radius here to determine where like a max consequence of it would start. So instead of just scaling it to the center, we could scale it to a different like radius amount. Or maybe that's a little bit unnecessary. I'm okay with it for now. I'm okay with it for now. I liked Ghost of Yotei. I like Ghost of... What I didn't like was Dragon Age Veilguard. Dude, that was so bad. All those characters. But Ghost of Yotei was good. I think that a lot of the people who gave that game backlash did not play that game. I do wish we had seen more of Atsu's like time in the war though. She did fight in the war. That's where she got so good with the sword. But I wish we'd seen that. But I can understand why they didn't include that. I just wanted to focus on her current story with her family and revenge. But I did play that game in Japanese and not in English. I didn't want to support the English voice actress, who is very, very extremist. Bro. Yeah, this should be fine. This should be fine to grab. Player proximity is only grabbed at the time of calculating anyway, so now that we know that it works, we can just ignore this. We for sure only want to enable tick when the player enters, but I'll put that on hazard base. So by default, this will not tick. I don't really trust the tick interval. But I don't think it matters, so we can probably do this here. This should be fine. We'll set the tick interval to 0.2, which will also be the tick interval of our BPC player effects. How do we want to set this up? We could do like a fire... Or like a begin player overlap. Set tick enabled. I don't know if we want to do anything else with that right now, so we'll leave that here, you know, just for future usage. End player overlap. What do you think is the most egregious modern game that felt like it was trying too hard to have a political message? It's got to be Dustborn, right? Maybe Concord? No, because Concord just, the characters were shit. Explain what the clip. Okay, go for it.
Food.
Oh my god, no. This is I played this. Okay, so I played this entire game. We played this entire game on stream. This is the only cutscene that I had to skip. It was...
Vegetables. So, I'm non-binary.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? We just sat down.
This is the only one I had to skip because it was so fucking cringe. Like, bro, no. And you know what's even worse too? Why take this character, who you clearly want to embody a political message that you have, and also make her the most annoying, angry, angsty, unlikable character in the game? I feel like that has the opposite effect of what you were trying to achieve. God damn, dude, that whole game was just horrible writing. But I played it. I played it because I'm a big Dragon Age fan and I wanted to give it a chance. I wanted to go in and I said, you know what, if this game is like people thought it would be, I'll say it. If it's not like people thought it would be, I'll explain it. Makes her no, she wasn't relatable though. Whatever, but yeah, is relatable a pronoun now? She wasn't relatable. She was just unlikable. Like every time she was talking, she was angry about something and swearing, and it was just like, you are not a good person to be around. You're not. She was just a shit character. Her mom was pretty cool though. Her mom was pretty nice. Like stereotypical anime character. What am I doing right now? I gotta focus a little bit. Went off tick resource drain. We need to send the information to the BPC. This is probably where we should initialize the effect. Initialize effect. We'll need a variable for current effects. This will be an array of hazard configs. Current effect. No, we need a separate config for this that includes the source actor and these two. The current player proximity ticks left. Yeah, she just wasn't likable. It was I've known a few, you know, trans people in my life, and all of them have been very nice and not political to me. And I fear that some of them are also very afraid of their non-conforming opinions and how they might be labeled or ostracized by their own community if they openly voice them. I can tell you that with sincerity. There are many people who are not a fan of how extreme, you know, that political faction is and just want to live their life in a way that makes them happy. But if they voice that, I mean, they have nobody left. They have nobody left, and that's really unfortunate. Would this be in hazards or I guess in like player effect? Here we need the source actor. Hazard data. We shouldn't need to store the player's proximity. We just need to calculate that. We do need to store the number of ticks left. And so in here, we can do the player effect as an array. And that'll be the source actor, the data for it, everything we should need. And then we can call back to the source actor through the BPI to grab the proximity or grab the config if we need it again for some reason. I just put that one in the BPI if we need it, but we shouldn't need it. So initialize effect then we'll need all the inputs here. Or I guess just the data and the source actor. Source hazard data. First thing we'll do is just check validity. Better safe than sorry. If it's not valid, we can return this. And I think for the sake of it, we can have an output too for successfully applied. I don't know if we'll need it, but we can output it. We'll break this and we'll check if the actor is already in here. Oh, we just call it source. That's right. I hate that you guys got me thinking about Dragon Age Valkyrie again. If you're curious, like, I don't know, if you like watching me or something and want to see my completely raw, unprotected reaction to that hellish game, you can watch our full playthrough on YouTube. You can be one of the first 10 viewers on some of these videos. I didn't hate the whole game though, but it was very much like any of the good parts felt completely like unexplored. Yeah, I played the whole thing. I even did a character tier list. I don't remember. I know for sure I put Tosh in the lowest tier. I know for sure I did that. Yeah, Tosh F tier. I didn't even get to see any boobies during this game. They rated this game M for nudity. I wanted to see boobies. I played the entire game. I romanced. I remember. No nudity. Completely ruined this stupid fucking game. I wanted boobies. No boobies. This game left me blue-balled in so many ways. Okay, first thing we need to do is we need to check if the actor already exists in here, and if the actor exists, we need to refresh the we need to refresh the timer, the tick for it. Touch all boobies when you played Baldur's Gate 3. That's pretty hard to do. It is very easy to see boobies in that game. You can just take off all the clothes of people though and see boobies. You know, no sex scenes exist until like months later. Ask my own. I play game for game. The first thing I did was I took off Shadowheart's clothes. I'm like, nice. I can fix her, guys. Set by ref. Can't we... We need to make sure that we do the initialization. I'm just thinking how we want to do this. We'll see. I'm sure we'll run into some timing issues here. I just want to get it working today. But we'll reinitialize with the brought in hazard data. Oh wait, we don't have the number of ticks to apply because the number of ticks to apply is here. I need to grab that. We need to refresh that. Yeah. This will be good if I can get this working. Okay, do a new function, get hazard ticks. We shouldn't need to override that in children. Get hazard ticks. Move it over some more. That should reapply that. If the source actor is both still valid, I think if it's not valid, we could search and try to remove that. Although, yeah, remove, let's do remove effect. Or just run this on a timer, remove invalid sources. We can call this manually or run this on a timer. And we will do a reverse for each loop if there is a valid index. Or I guess we can just, well, this works, so we can just do is not empty. That should do words. And yet you say that, but I guarantee I feel like that's pretty common lingo among developers, huh? Like this should function. It makes you feel better too, because when it does work correctly, it's like, oh my god, it actually just functions. I've never made my own damage over time system though, so this will be new for me. Make an integer, or I guess we could just remove it directly. What would be the safest, removing it within the loop or removing it separately? We shouldn't have too many active effects that running a separate loop here should really cause any major increase to CPU count. So what we'll do is we will I could do it. So the reason I can remove in the loop, which I know is not a good thing to do, it's because I'm doing it from the end. If I were looping from the beginning and I removed an index, it would shunt everything down one. But if I do a reverse loop and I remove the indices as we find invalid ones, it doesn't have that problem. So it is safe to do. Kind of. It's not the greatest thing to do, but I think I will do it. And you know what? I'm going to do it just because you hate it. Ooh. Spiteful development. Now, it should be safe to do if I do it through reverse. The danger is just trying to remove indices without doing a reverse loop. That's basically all we need. Can I set this to tick at a certain... I could set this to tick at a certain interval. I just don't trust that tick interval. And I think I'd rather just use a timer. And that'll just check and remove that'll just remove invalid effects automatically. I mean, most realistically that shouldn't matter because we will be trying to manually remove effects regardless, but should anything happen, like the player has active effects and, well, if they die we remove them anyway, but if there's anything weird or inconsistent or something gets unloaded weirdly, this will just ensure that we remove effects that shouldn't be there because the source is no longer in the game world. So this is just kind of a backup for that. We should probably determine if the source actor was found here. So we'll do be found source. and set that to true. And here we'll double check and see, did we find the source actor? If so, we shouldn't need to do anything else for it. So we can just exit out, say that we successfully applied it. Otherwise, we need to actually apply that effect, which would be get current effect, add unique, shouldn't really matter because we've already checked if it's in there anyway. We'll make the effect, add in the source, get the hazard data, and we will again need to grab this, for the source. And we'll just say if this is greater than or equal to 0, we can plug it in. Just out of, pure safety. That returns the index. If it's -1, it means it didn't apply. So if it's anything that's greater than or equal to 0, it's added. That should be everything we need to initialize the effect. That doesn't mean that we are ticking it down though yet, or doing anything with it. Let's have another function here for remove effect or source. And we only really need to input a source actor. We're gonna do the dangerous thing again. I'm gonna do another reverse reverse for each loop and just remove the index. Like, fuck it. What are you gonna do? I'll put in a little bit of safety though. Do an is not empty check. We'll do a validity check too. How's it going, Bleacha? How are the platforms? The platforms are doing well. I'm adding in my own custom effect and damage over time manager. That's what we're doing today. For hazards. If this ends up being invalid, we can just do a quick double check. Remove invalid sources. If current effects is empty, we just return. Otherwise, we need to remove this for the source. We'll do a full loop, so we'll just check all effects. just in case there happens to be more than one, which should never happen. But doing a couple extra loops here shouldn't matter because this array likely will never exceed 10 indices anyway. Hopefully. And we need to call that on player exit. So on end player overlap, we'll get our remove on exit. And if true, we will get player effects component and remove effect for source self. I don't have to put return nodes, but I kind of just do return nodes as like a sanity check to make sure I've closed up all the... I just feel better that way. I don't know how it is. Okay, initialize effect, self for source, and then base hazard config for data. So if we go over to player effects here and I tick, theoretically, where's my tick? Let's print the current length of this. We'll see if this works. And we do have remove on exit enabled. Beautiful. Beautiful. And for the sake of testing, I will just do a quick begin player overlap. Enable input. Get player controller. And debug key B destroy self. We don't currently have on destroy telling it to remove it, but we have the timer set up. So if I press V, yes, it is removed. But we shouldn't need that because what we'll do is event destroyed. We're going to get player effects component and remove effect for source. But the timer is redundancy. This is just there for safety. Give me a second, I gotta go to the bathroom. BRB. We're making good progress though. Okay, all right. Let's start getting this tick enabled in the BPC. Very basically, at least. Very basically. We should have the management of effects working. I'll keep this tick on because we might want to use that. We'll set up another function for tick effects. Let's set that up here. I'm wondering if we'll just run remove invalid sources at the start of tick effects. Like just remove this, make this the timer, and then just ensure that we are removing invalid sources at the start anyway. I mean, we would want them both to run, and this just ensures that we do this before we actually run the tick, which is, I think, pretty safe. And then that kind of takes care of this point here with remove invalid ones due to active validity. Now we don't need to do that. Loop through active effects though. First, we just need to make sure, do we actually have valid effects? So is not empty. Which, to be fair, remove invalid sources already does, so we would just like, is not empty, double check. Return. Otherwise, let's loop through these. We want to split here. Do we need to split here? We could do another active validity check. I don't know. How were we going to handle the one off? I think we were just going to apply those to one tick, right? And not be reapplying. What was the way that we ensure... Oh yeah, we ensure reapplication by just initializing more ticks than we need, and then having remove on exit enabled. I will say we probably then need to modify remove effect for source to only work... Well, should it matter? Hold on. Does that matter? We're not going to worry about IDs yet. I'm wondering if that matters. No, because we group together IDs in the ticking. Removing the source shouldn't matter, because we do want multiple sources to exist for a single ID if we use the ID system. But when it comes time to tick through them, we just combine IDs. So we will need a variable here for like active IDs or something, or effect IDs, active effect IDs. Source actor shouldn't matter here. We just need to grab this info. And we will want probably 3 floats here. We'll want health damage to apply. Ablative damage to apply. Hydrogen damage to apply. We don't actually have any effects that deal hydrogen damage, but we'll set it up just because why not? If it's not equal to none, you know what we'll do? We'll set up some local variables here because I imagine this might get a little bit beefy. Current effect. Current index. I'm gonna store another thing too. Current hazard data. Alright, let's get some extra space. If you're ever working with blueprints, by the way, this is just my opinion, but avoid doing this with your blueprints. I see this methodology going around a lot, and I think it's really horrible. You have this massive near infinite grid to work with. You're kind of meant to utilize that. And this just creates unnecessary spaghetti. To me at least, it hurts readability. Like, the goal should not be to make more spaghetti. But it's individual opinion, you know. If that's more readable to you, then I'd say go for it. We have some coding, some blueprinting standards. And one of the things we do is to separate flow like this. Prevent as much overlapping with nodes and wires as possible. And that way it's a lot more readable and easier to yeah, like this. This is from Epic's own example. I really wish Epic was better at not creating spaghetti. And this is fixed up. It's much easier to put comments around each of these sections like this. So those are our coding guidelines that we use. Some things it's hard to avoid spaghetti with, right? Like some just nodes don't line up properly with like outputs. Sometimes you get spaghetti, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Okay, if it's not equal to none, then we do need to Add unique. Guideline sucks, so I make my own with blackjack and hookers. Damn, I should add that to my guidelines too. Lastly, you need to make sure that you pay a hooer. I can't say it as good as Danny DeVito. What do you want to? How do we want to handle the IDs? Wouldn't it only be if there'd be two things we need to check? We need to check the apply allowance. So it's if ID is not equal to none and apply allowance is equal to 1 per ID. Oops. You do an and. I don't know why I get really triggered reading Epic's blueprints, because they'll do this and then just like leave their blueprint like this. And this is supposed to be how new people, like new juniors in the industry, are learning blueprinting. And for some reason that just hurts me to my core. Here we definitely want to add unique. I think what we'll do then, we'll just say, was it successfully added? Because in that case, we will use this effect. If it wasn't added, then we skip that effect. We'll always just use the first effect of an ID. I'm wondering how this might look though with like an overlap. Like if we have two spheres that overlap and they both share the same ID because they're like two separate, you know, radioactive rocks or something. If the player is standing here, but entered here first, then this would be the first active effect, even though the player is closer to the center of this one than this one. So I don't think we want to do... We do only want one active effect per ID, but we did need to determine in this case, is it proximity based? Because then we need to get the closest proximity. If it's not proximity based, then we don't care. We just apply the effect. Or we need to segregate them, which was kind of the initial idea, was segregating them based on ID. Yeah, we don't want to do double damage. Well, that's why we have this. We have this apply allowance, like 1 per ID and then multiple allowed. Just kill the player if he touches the... Well, there will be that. If you touch like lava or liquid oxygen, it's rip bozo for you. But I'm wondering if in this case we can't do our did the unique succeed here. I don't think that's gonna work. We'd have to store duplicate effect IDs. In a separate calculation and then run through each of those effect IDs. So what we could do is we could store a map. Or a small internal structure of IDs to an array of indices. And then run through that array to determine the calculations for ID-based overlaps. What's up, Amigura? In Inquisition, it specifically mentioned that the Kunari are caste-based collectivist socialist society that doesn't have nuclear families. You know what? I went back, I played a bit of Inquisition, because, you know, I went through... I'm a big fan of, like, Dragon Age, right? Ever since Origins. And I hadn't played Inquisition in so long since playing Veilguard. So after I played Veilguard, I actually went back to Inquisition just to check how the writing felt comparative. And it's way better in Inquisition. Like, the writing is actually pretty damn good in Inquisition. I don't think it's as good as Dragon Age Origins, but I also don't think it's a bad game. But Inquisition was literally just some of the worst writing I've ever seen. And like Tasha's mom said, they already have a term for Kunari who don't fit within their, you know, within gender norms. They already had this built into the lore. And her mom was like, wait, so you're this thing that we already have a word for? It's like, no. I'm modern term. And if you don't accept it, then I'm not going to call you my mother anymore. What am I drinking? I am drinking generic Cola Original Zero from Biedronka. Pretty exciting, isn't it? Yeah, I live in Poland. I'm not Polish, though. But nowadays, I find Poland very safe and very nice. It's cozy here, you know? It's just people generally ignore each other. And they don't really cause trouble. And you can walk along the road at any time of the day and nobody really does anything to you. Great. Not even that, the Inquisition, your pronoun is caste-based. Or Inquisition, your pronoun is caste-based, not biology-based. Really? A warrior would be male because that's what warriors of the Kun are. A teacher is female because that's what teachers of the Kun are. Oh, I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. It's a very unique society. So she would have just been... So Tosh would have been male because she's a warrior, right? There's no impact on the population because they have a dedicated breeding caste. Oh. I should really go back and, like, play Inquisition and pay attention more instead of... The only problem, I can't get through Inquisition because the open world system sucks ass and the combat is boring as fuck. And it just, like, that game is so frustrating to play. Let's see, hazard config. No, this will be for effect. Player effects. Make a structure. ST. Player effect. Duplicate. IDs. People who refuse to choose a caste at all and keep vocally making trouble get chemically lobotomized and used as manual labor. Oh, so that would happen to Tosh? That might actually make her likable. Active indices. Or we can just say ID and then indices. That is the plural of index. Even though it sounds dumb. I forgot what I called it. Duplicate, there it is. That will be an array. This should be an array. Couldn't I have made a map to... F names in an array of integers? No, because you can only do individual variables, not multiple dimensions like that. That's fine. I'll do it this way. So if this is true, don't do it this way. Instead, see if it exists within our duplicate IDs. We'll make a quick boolean here for B. Found duplicate index. Make sure to set that to true, because if we don't find it, then we need to add it. This array index doesn't matter. We do need to reset this at every run. Basically, Tasha should be at odds with her parents because she is Vishath, whatever that's spelled on top, not really having parents because they're raised in boarding schools to instill loyalty to the Coon over a family unit. So basically you're saying that Tosh was a fan fiction character written by somebody who didn't even understand the fiction and wanted to self-insert themselves. That's the TLDR, right? Actually, we do need the index for this, but I think I can just get away with it later. No, I'll do the, okay, I'll do the, hold on. I'll do it like this. Hope you guys can hear me munching. Gotta go to shop. Next, cola. Thirsty and snackish? Dude, I feel that way all the time. I gotta stop. I walk by the cookies, I'm like, no. No. You fucking fat ass. Not today. Couldn't I set by ref? This isn't grabbing a copy, is it? Is it possible to set by ref this? Like if this is a ref... I don't know. I actually don't know. I can split it. Is that splitting the structure? Because I really don't need to modify the whole thing. I just need to modify this array. Then again, does running this add to the reference actually add it to the reference? I'm actually not sure about that. I guess I'll try it. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, none of the characters in Dragon Age Veilguard felt like they had any impact on me. The writing just wasn't good. I hated Rook as a character. There was like barely any setup to the game. I think some of the characters were like charming, but they didn't feel like they were explored in a way that really had significant amounts of depth. And it felt like they were trying to do this, like, let's just make Mass Effect, but all 3 games that are normally, you know, quite lengthy, and condense them all into a single game. So there isn't even any of this, like, or like in-between game changes that happen in arcs to these. It didn't work. It didn't work, and the writing was horrible. And they had no excuse. They spent like 10 years or something making this game. Yeah, I don't know if this will work. Okay, if false, we need to... We need to what? If we have an ID and we're only allowed to have 1 per ID, we loop through duplicate IDs to see if we found it. If we didn't find it, we simply need to add in this to the duplicate IDs. That is the current hazard data ID. And we can make an array with the current index. If this doesn't work, we can just set the current indices and we can, we'll figure it out. One thing at a time. Oh. Oh, hold on. That should be linked to false, not true. After that, add up active effects, decrement ticking effect count. We need to go through. We need to solve the proximity, so we need to go through the duplicate IDs and check if they're proximity based. We have the indices, so we basically should just be able to go through, we should be able to go do a for each through the duplicate IDs. So we'll say the entire point of this is to make our duplicate IDs. If duplicate IDs ends up actually having I don't like that though. I suppose we could use this also to determine the non-duplicate. Because if this isn't true, then we'll just do an add unique to the current index. So this entire thing here is just going to be our sort duplicates and non-duplicates. I don't think it really matters which one we do first. Well, let's handle the duplicates first just because it's away. They're already fresh in my mind. Okay, is not empty. Because if we don't have any duplicates, we don't need to do anything with them. But if it is not empty, let us each through them. And for each ID, do we care about the ID? No, we just use the ID to sort. So we can then do a for each through the indices within that. And we're going to get those from the current effects. Don't need a reference. Element not index. We do care about ticks left because we do want to do the decrement to the tick here. So maybe I could grab a reference to the decrement. I went to the decrement here. No, we could do the decrement. Is there any danger in that? I mean, decrement does do by ref, so if I do grab a reference, theoretically it should work. Assumedly. I mean, if it's equal to 1, we do want to remove that indice. Or index. Or not equal to 0, but equal to 1. We can't, we shouldn't decrement it to 0. Otherwise, we do decrement. Yeah, see, that's just gonna make some. You know what? Let's just make this a variable. Current index element. We'll get some extra space. Where are we at? Decrement the tick. Then we need to grab that hazard data. Which we could set up here. We could say set current hazard data equal to this hazard data. We'll need that for calculate. Oh, we don't need that right now. Okay, so decrement that, and we can recombine this back up into top row, get the current hazard data. We're handling duplicates, so what we need to do is we need to check, is this proximity based? That's the big question. Is this proximity based? If this is proximity based, then we need to grab all of the... We need to grab all of the actors within this. I feel like this for each loop then needs a break, because if this is, we just need to run the loop once. We just need to say, hey, for this ID, let's just grab the first index, because if one of them is proximity based in the ID, then we can assume that all of them in the ID are proximity based. So I'll change this to a for each loop with break, because we can exit out of this ID once we have confirmed our location to it. So if true, let's save this to a local variable, and I'll do current duplicate indices. For each, get a copy, because we only really just need to grab the source actor and then just do a get player proximity. And we'll do a float. We will call this max player proximity. We'll do that check. And then on completed, we can run the break. Or no, we actually need to do the damage calculation for that. And then we can break. Well, no, because we could run the damage calculation here. We have some break spaghetti incoming. And we will need to reset this between each ID that we run. And maybe just a boolean for be proximity based. Reset that. Okay. Man, I knew this would be complicated, but man, this is a fun one. This is what I'm good at, though. This is my home. We break there. If it's proximity based, we can use the max proximity to determine the damage from the index. For the current hazard data. We just need the damage type. And then the damage per tick, which will be multiplied by the proximity. Our first damage application in this function. Although realistically, I could just do a select. I don't even need to do a switch either. We can just do a select here. Health damage, ablative damage, hydrogen. Or I guess I would need a... No, we would need a switch would be a little bit easier here. I take it back. Because we're dealing with multiple executions. But we can do a select here to grab two things. So skip this. What the fuck? Oh, because it was a wild card. I was like, wait a second. Why did that convert? This should work. We created some good old classic select spaghetti, though. My favorite unavoidable spaghetti. What's up, Augur? How you doing? Is that aligned? Yeah, it's aligned. Select spaghetti. You're finally finishing features. I am currently implementing a feature. I'm making my own effect and damage over time handling. Okay, I think that minimizes the spaghetti a bit. Imperfect, but select nodes and switch is always going to have that problem. Okay, am I wrong in thinking that that handles all of our duplicate ID and proximity-based damages? Potentially, because I have not debugged this yet. It could work, it could not work. We're gonna see when we press play. Handles duplicate IDs both for normal ticks and proximity based ticks. Quick double check for invalid effect sources and an easy exit. We don't have any effects. I could always invalidate the timer if we don't have any effects. And when we try to initialize a new effect, if it is empty, we can then start the timer. I don't know. Just a thought. If we want to trim down our ticks a little bit. But we can always save that for refactoring as well. Check if we actually have duplicate IDs to loop through. Alright, I'm gonna rubber duck with you guys a bit. So, if we have a case like this where we have two overlapping effect sources and we want them to, you know, let's say that this is one larger radioactive rock, right? But because it's so long in length, we do two sources. What we do is we first check our effects and we group our effect IDs if two sources share the same ID. So we would apply two separate effects, but they share the same ID, so therefore we only want them to apply once. And then we're gonna loop through those duplicate IDs, which is both the ID and then the indices that are active for that ID, just in case there's more than two, we can have any number. We're going to loop through each of those indices and grab the data of each of those hazards. We're also going to handle the ticking here, so if the tick is equal to 1, that means we only have one tick of that effect left, and we should remove that later. Otherwise, we decrement that tick but keep it within our effects. If the hazard is proximity based, I found one bug. We need to actually set this to be proximity based then, if that is true. Good rubber ducking. Thank you guys. You guys have the easy job because you don't actually have to say anything back to me because you're a rubber duck. We set it as proximity based and we loop through all of the indices that are active for that ID. Found another bug. We need to hook up then we need to go through the effects at the ID, grab the actor and check their proximities, and we take the maximum value of each of the proximities to determine the one that the player is closest to. Then at the end, we find out what actually damage type are we trying to do here, and we split on that. And let's just use health damage as an example. If we want to do health damage, we check, are we proximity based? If true, what was the player's max proximity, which this is a value between 0 and 1, and we multiply that and we add it to the current health damage to apply in case we need to do multiple damaging of the same type per tick. And then we can move on to our non-duplicate IDs, which is a little bit easier. So we don't need to worry about some of this stuff. You got your server scaling system working yesterday. Well, that's really cool. Then back to actual game dev. What game are you making, Processor Chaos? Have you told me before why you're doing this? But small wins do feel good. I'm hoping that we can finish up with this this function today and get it working. So I'm kind of excited to see it just doing damage. With like a radioactive rock or something. Okay, and we are resetting proximity based and max player proximity. We should be good there. Okay, moving on, we need to do non-duplicate IDs, which we should have in this array here. We'll do another is not empty. And that needs to hook up here too. Okay, double check. We have any non-duplicate indices. If true, we will actually need to do damage here, so we don't actually want to return yet. We gotta add up the damage first, and then we apply the damage at the end. We're gonna for each through those. We'll have to run the decrement again, so we'll do current index element and current hazard element. I can probably just copy this or move it to like a macro. These might be proximity based as well. So I'll probably just do this here. Ticks left, set to remove, decrement, proximity based. We don't need to run this here. We can kind of just skip to here. I know I'm reusing a lot of code. We're not technically doing any additional loops because we've already sorted the indices into containers, into separate arrays. So it's just reusing code, but it's already separated the loops. I guess just for the sake of being easier to read. deal with. So it should be okay. Handles non-duplicate IDs. Add any damage to existing. Okay, now we actually need to apply the damage. This one should be a little bit easier. Hit player resources. Update player health. Ablative and hydrogen. Now for health, we're going to want to round to nearest. Is round nearest? Yes. Or we can floor. If we want, we can floor. But I think I'll round to nearest for the sake of it. Apply ablative damage. Apply hydrogen damage. Applies damage to the player. And I would say finally we need to remove certain indices. So we will go through current. We're going to first sort this. Ascending is from lowest to highest. I think we'll just do descending for the sake of it. Although only if it is not empty, we should say. Is not empty. Like, do we actually have effects to remove? Oh, you don't want to make a public yet? Okay. Play unique spaceship multiplayer game. Ships are designed by the player block by block. You make a fleet of them and fight against another player or AI. Like Cosmeteer, but actually quite different, trying to combine creativity with real-time strategy. Lots of destruction. Ships breaking in half and other fun moments. All ships use your personal persistent crew with stats. You're located in the flagship yourself. Avatar dies, you lose. Damn. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Not easy, but cool. Are you looking to like scale up with a team, like get some funding? Pretty smart though to start with your networking. That already puts you a mile above many other people working on multiplayer games, or especially games with like larger player bases. An artist or two, yeah. Well, if you ever come time, if you ever like are looking to build like a pitch deck and put together a milestone plan and budget, I don't know how much experience you have. You might actually have even more experience in the industry than me, but I have done these things before, and if you need some help, just let me know. Multiplayer code is where I started. That is actually the best place to start. I've heard that from multiple developers working on, like big multiplayer titles. They say the first thing you should do is work on your netcode, your networking. What was I doing? Oh, we gotta remove indices. System is a continuation of that, but excited. Glad I have back if I need to ask. Yeah, just let me know. I don't know if we're friends on Discord, but if we're not, just add me as a friend on Discord, and I put together budgets. And that will take multiple iterations, but stuff like this, or like milestone plans as well. And then you have your good old classic pitch deck, although this is something that I think is easier made by the person in charge of it, but then I can always review it. Tell you generally what people expect. I made a lot of mistakes making my first pitch decks. Gameplay always speaks louder than a pitch deck though. If you have gameplay, they might just like browse through this or like look at this on their own time. Depends from publisher to publisher. I've been in some publishers where they don't even talk about the game. They're like, hey, just tell me about you first. Because if we don't like you, we're not going to back your game. I do find the process of pitching kind of fun. Got rejected from Mega Grants. You know who else I saw who got rejected by Mega Grants, which is fucking wild to me? This guy making a Source 2 style level editor for Unreal. Like, look at this in action. This guy got rejected from a Mega Grant. I just discovered this tool, and we might look into buying it if we have like a use case. Because this is really cool. That's crazy to me. I mean, I don't know how much he was asking for. Maybe it was just too much, but still, I would absolutely support this guy if I was in charge of giving Mega Grants. Yep, multiplayer only works with 2 players. One day I talked about this. Doesn't need thousands online work. Here's what I'm wondering, Processor Cast. I mean, if you plan to release on Steam, I don't know if you do. Don't they have servers that you can utilize for multiplayer, so you don't need to make your own like architecture? And then you can hook into Steam APIs for matchmaking too. Or I guess if it's only 2 players. Yeah, I was wondering, okay, you don't want to do peer-to-peer, you want the dedicated servers. You want the... I see. I mean, maybe you could have both, right? Maybe you could be like, hey, this is for... we want it to be competitive, stable latency, we can do that, or maybe you can do IP connect to through like Steam. I guess it's up to you though. Who will pay for the dedicated servers? Good question. If you do end up looking, I can only recommend this based on the, I talked to a representative of i3D, and the prices here are like really, really. And they're kind of like specialized for games, so. I can recommend them to check out. Any effects that have lost all ticks? I think this is ready. I think this is good. I think our ticking is, well, at the very least this will do something. Will it work? I don't know. I actually don't know. But it will do something. It should apply 1 health damage. Well, actually, it will apply 5 health damage per second while we're inside. But that's the maximum. Oh, I know the issue. We're not reapplying it. We did the ticks, but we actually need to be reapplying that while we're... My bad. While the player is inside. Wait, where did I put that? Oh. Yeah, we'll take away the begin player overlap because we're enabling the tick anyway. How's that gonna handle the one time tick though? Processor cast, let me... I'm gonna make a note to myself. I'll get you in touch with the representative at i3D I talked to, and maybe you'd be interested in talking to her. That way you can get some prices written down. She was really cool. i3D rep name. Oops. Misspelled. I'll pass that information along because I have no need for servers, but then it won't feel like a useless meeting because somebody can benefit from that knowledge. Yeah, I wonder if we do need to store... a one-off. But I guess with the ticking... Yeah, I need to put in the base hazard config whether or not it's a one-off hazard or not. I thought I'd already thought of a way to do the one-off and handle the multiple. Not really, because we need to know if we're supposed to tick or not. And there's not really anything here that's gonna tell it if we need to be ticking. Okay. That means I need to edit the structure, but I need to prevent a bug. So I'm gonna close this. We're gonna reopen it. I edit the structure, save only the structure. I close it again, I reopen it, and there should be no bug. Tick prey is better when I have more of it working. Yeah, I feel the same way. I always hate streaming, you know, such early development, but that was kind of what we were trying to do here with stream from start to finish, what development of the game looks like. But it just, you know, some days, some weeks, there's no visual change to the project. You know, because we're just doing like adding in new mechanics or refactoring something. Not every week is a winner, a visual standpoint. It's like for you, you know, you set up this scaling server architecture, but the players don't know this, and it's not like there's any screenshots you can share of it. Nothing that will like get players hyped for it at least. So, just one of those days, right? Still a win. Still a big win, though. Not to diminish the win. Yeah, it's sometimes it's just boring. Like for me, it's what am I doing? I'm making a sphere that does damage when you walk inside. Number go down, and then tomorrow or Thursday, number go back up. Wow. The hazard application type. We will do continuously reapply one shot. Hazard application type. I will move that here. We save that, we close, we don't save anything else. And we do this because Epic has a bug that's existed for ages, and they never fix it. Ignore that. Good. Good. No bug. Now we have our application type, which is continuously reapply. So we do on begin player overlap. On application. We can enable tick. Otherwise, we can keep tick off. And it should still apply it, but it just is not going to... Or we can run the initialize effect. We'll run the initialize effect here. Otherwise, we'll enable tick and just let tick handle it. So right now it is set to continuously reapply. It is keeping it there. It is not draining my health. I wonder if it's because we are rounding it and it's rounding down. Because we are proximity. Yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna refactor health into a float and prevent that. That was something that we felt we probably needed to do. So I'm just gonna do that. We can always, you know, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. There's a few things I have to touch here with this. But it's not in any structure, so it's just gonna break, it's just gonna break a lot of stuff when I change it to a float. Okay, let's change it here. Float, change variable type, compile. We have an issue, update player health no longer works. Create event doesn't, because we have a wrong binding. That's on the player resources, we're gonna change it here. Okay. Oh, lovely. At least the BPI compiled fine. Alright, health update plus clamp between 0 and 1, not an integer. If it is less than or equal to 0, we should just need to refresh that. Go. Okay, that looks good. Let's go to player resources, get player health. Now returns a. And we need to check if it is greater than 0. Wow.
Daddy.
Oh. Still thinks it's an int. Let me try refreshing that. Oh yeah, it's because it's a dispatcher. Hold on. I'm not done messing with that. Now we're good. Okay, update player health. That's good. Now we don't have this in the MVVM anymore. As percent player health. Should be good. And then in our hazards or our effects blueprint, I can remove the rounding. How's it going, Jamox? Okay, it's still not applying damage. Why is that? We are getting that far. It is hitting. It is... Oh. That would make a lot of sense, actually. That would make a lot of sense why it's not working. That's gotta be hooked up. And I gotta do the same thing here too. Made a mistake. Oh, here it was handled because we did the check after at the end of that. Here we did it as part of it. I know why. Yep. Ooh, you're adding more things to your emergent gameplay framework. We gotta talk about what emergent gameplay stuff you have, because I would want to implement similar stuff in Immersive Sim Toolkit. Unless you want to work on the Immersive Sim Toolkit with us. That's an option too. Okay, give me a sec though. Ugh.
FBI, open up!
Don't shoot. Yeah, we can. I want to talk just because maybe we can just like pick each other for ideas for emergent gameplay. Even if we're just working on our own separate shit. There's still no number going down. It is hitting it. Like it's getting there. It's not getting the player proximity. Wait, aren't we proximity based? And also, I actually never did grab the player proximity, but okay, there's two things. I'm pretty sure I did set this to be proximity based. Oh no, I didn't set it to be proximity based. So why wouldn't it be grabbing that? But there is an issue that I see too. In that we did not actually grab the proximity. Move it over for that. One thing I want to mention about your game, you can shoot a thing called Corvus that attaches to the enemy ship. It acts like a bridge your crew can use to attack and capture another ship. That's awesome. Here's a selection of handheld weapons. Remember that this other ship is designed by your component, another human. The rest of the match, you can use this captured ship against him, her. That is pretty cool. What's the camera perspective of your game? Out of curiosity. Or if it's easier to explain it with another game, you can use like another game to explain it easier. What's 2D? Okay. Can you switch perspective at all, like top down or like a side view? Top down. You are definitely going to have people likening this, not in a bad way, I would say, to FTL. It might be one of your inspirations too, I don't know. Okay, just zoom in, I see. That sounds cool. Cleaning up that extra pin that annoys me. We're not proximity based, so it should be grabbing the damage per tick. Why is it not grabbing the damage per tick? Is it... It's because I didn't plug in the hazard config. That would be it. That would do it. Incredible. It's still not working. It's why? Damn you. We didn't override it, so it should be... It should be ignored. Let's print the... Let's start with this. Let me get the raw, number here. See what this is saying. But we do not need to be ticking the other debug. You're in schedule? What about the other guy? How much time does he have to advance the project? We are on schedule. We're a little bit ahead of schedule right now. I'll show you the plan. We are currently in first playable 1, although I am already starting on elements of first playable 2 since my my tasks are done. We want to have first playable 1 and 2 done by the end of March, so end of quarter 1. Rex is our artist, our 3D artist. He is continuing to work on the beautiful corner, which we intend to and expect to take multiple iterations, a lot of iterations, to get right, and his mood boards are along with that. I am continuing on game lore on Fridays primarily. Painozor, thanks for the follow. I almost said something else. Common UI is currently blocked. Hotspur's really busy with that, so we either need to look into that ourselves or just see what's up with him, but we have no funding, so things are always going to be a little bit slower than if we were paying people and working full time. At the end of the week, we should have hazards and resource restoration stations done. We then need to make custom gameplay camera and our custom time system, one ability, spike and test Steam input, so that isn't solving it, but rather just spiking it and determining what our path forward would be for that. Star setup, which shouldn't take Rex more than 1 or 2 days maximum. And then we're just starting with the meshing, not texturing, of the rocks and cavern walls and lava for our level. Yeah, I think, like you said, you're saying that with stream is going to look a lot better when we actually have art going in. Seem to keep the development speed as high as possible. That's right. Gotta go fast. But it's mainly that we want to get the prototyping done first, and then we can start to polish it up. And the entire premise is that at the end of the year, quarter 3, quarter 4, but it doesn't matter because we're not releasing in those quarters anyway, we want to have this entire level at vertical slice quality. So we have a lot of time for that. So technically our meshing doesn't even need to be done until end of quarter 2, realistically. So Rex has a lot of time. He's got like 5 more months to go hardcore into meshing. And he will likely finish that much sooner. Will any later work affect your level design? So you test how jumps work? Yes. So some of it might. Some of it might. We are going to be locking in our player movement very early though. But if I need to refactor this level, I have the entire year to refactor it multiple times if need be. But that is something that we need to lock in as soon as possible. And the abilities that you get are unmissable and only obtainable at certain points in the game. So we designed the rest of the game around obtaining those abilities, but you can go back to earlier parts and use those abilities to make maybe certain parts easier. Though that is up to you. And there will be an option to turn off those abilities entirely, obtaining them. But what that will need us to do is design completely different data layers of platforms. So that's something that we're going to do after early access release. And while in early access, I should say. And not for the early access release initially. Okay, let's check this number. It is saying 1. It should be taking health off. It is not taking health off. No gravity changes? Yeah, we're not going to do any gravity changes. There's 2 reasons. Number 1, the real gravity on Kua Kua would be 1.3 times Earth gravity, which kind of sucks for platforming because you can't really jump that high. And reducing gravity doesn't really make sense in a hard sci-fi scenario like this because you're on the planet itself. And what we're doing is we're saying that the player's exosuit normalizes to Earth gravity. And that's just part of the design of the exosuit. So we're keeping Earth gravity, but we can still write into the lore that, you know, that the exosuit does this. The good news is it is calculating correctly. Why is it not? Oh, I know why. Because it's not doing damage, it's adding health to the player's health. We need to set this to -1 for damage per tick. Or we need to decide if we want damage per tick to be set to negative in... I'll set it to negative here. And we can always set this damage per tick to be forced as a negative number. How does it do the min and max here? Okay, that's perfect, yeah. Okay, and then here we want to do negative 0.01. And that'll do 1% per tick. So it should do 5 health damage per second. It is not proximity based. And then we will die. Nothing will happen right now, though, for death. It'll just hit 0. And it should spam the upper left with player dead, I think. Unless I remove that. Aha! It is functional. We have function. If I set that now to proximity based, we should see a noticeable, and I'll set it to like 0.05, so it'll be a lot more significant. But it should scale the damage based on our proximity to the center. Oh yeah, that definitely is. Really nice to see that working. I need to reduce the number of digits, but God, that feels fucking good. Oh my God, yes. Oh yes. What gameplay are you trying to achieve with damage zones? Should they avoid those or forced to be fast in them and then find health pickups? Both. Depends. If you have to go through them, you should try to be fast or like find a good pathway through that. Otherwise, yeah, it's not good. But, you know, some might be avoidable, some might be less damaging. And then you have the restoration stations, and there might be also pickups that are scattered around that you can find either along the main path or a little bit off the beaten path in optional areas. And there might be combinations, right? So the solar radiation that you get from the sun does ablative damage, but you then might have toxic gas clouds as well in that main shaft where the solar radiation is occurring. So you would be taking ablative damage and some health damage, and if your ablative hits 0, then it's going to add that to health damage, which we also actually need to implement because I didn't check if the player's ablative is empty. We need to be doing health damage and combining those. Get player ablative. Yeah, we'll do a branch. Well, thank you for asking that because it reminded me to do this. It won't be super hardcore though, at least not by like default. And casual players might find it a bit easier compared to like speedrunners, because speedrunners will be trying to beat the game fast. So they're going to be focusing on, they won't be focusing on building resource stations or exploring optional areas. It's gonna be tougher for them, and they're gonna have to optimize where might be some useful pickups to obtain that might take extra time but protect me later on, and are going to ultimately lower the total speedrun time. It just depends. They'll find the most optimal path for them. Checks if the player has ablative to do damage against. If not, add ablative to health damage. Hey Paul, how's it going? Tense coding music? It is a bit of a, we did make a bit of a meaty, this might be the most meaty function in the game so far. But it is functioning. That's the important part. Definitely a Chungus function. Someone's knocking at your door, gross behavior. Yeah, so, sorry if you're just joining like the stream. You haven't seen our previous streams where we talk about the gameplay a bit more. It can be a little bit confusing. Don't be afraid to ask questions. I like answering them, and the more that I answer them, the more that this becomes, second nature to me. So that if we ever pitch this to a publisher, that we don't plan to, I just have more experience answering those sorts of questions. So by all means. And also, if I can't answer a question sufficiently, especially about the gameplay or the design of something, it's not a good thing. We don't want that. Awesome. So like here on the outside, you can see our health damage is very minimal. So, this might be like a radioactive rock in the center, but as we get closer, it should be doing ablative damage if it's radioactive, technically, but I was just testing this. But we can change it to ablative damage. How that looks. It is also doing health damage. It should not be doing that. I thought I told it not to do that. Oh, because this is supposed to be on false. I am dumb. That would answer it. Now it should only do ablative damage. Thank you. Okay, so when we run out of ablative damage, it will then hit our health. So because the LB4, the lithium borohydride, is primarily a neutron ablative and absorber, it's specialized in mining applications where you have radioactive materials that do the neutron radiation. And in this case, if the player doesn't have any of the neutron ablative, then it is going to do health damage, like you can see here. Rip. Now let's try our ID. So if we do this one per ID, and we have, just do test ID. Yes, a blade of neutron that radiates. Yeah, so it's more like, because this is a mining colony, Redlock and Exolith Extraction. Exolith Extraction is a mining company, and they specialize in making these extraplanetary, is that the right word? Or let's just say planetary mining facilities. So Redlock is one of their mining facilities. And the Ruger Aerotech exosuits that are licensed to them have the lithium borohydride canisters, or cartridges, sorry, not canisters, that use silica encapsulated ferromagnetic nanoparticles to apply the ablative to the player's exosuit and protect the player against primarily neutron radiation. However, lithium borohydride is not only a neutron ablative, it does provide some broad spectrum radiation protection, which is why it is meant also as an emergency broad spectrum radiation ablative, but it's primarily specialized for the neutron. So when the player is near like radioactive material that is doing primarily neutron, shooting out neutron particles, they're not going to take much ablative damage. It's going to be very, very minor. Most of the ablative damage they're going to take is from the star Batsu, where that's not doing very much neutron, but more alpha and gamma radiation. And lithium borohydride is not very good. Jesus Christ. Dude, writing hard sci-fi lore just breaks my brain. I'm very slow at it because I just have to do so much research and understanding it. It's horrendous. Okay, so we'll try the test ID. I'm going to duplicate this. And if we stand in both of these, we shouldn't notice an increase to the amount of damage that we're taking. And if we leave one of these, we also shouldn't see two applications because they're the same ID. We'll see though. We're gonna see. We're starting to take some ablative. If I move over to I can test it. Okay, let's see here. Should try Star Wars lore? Pistol make laser go burr, make boom sound and create beam of light. Yeah. Yeah. There's something, I love writing, like, believable lore. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect, right? You know, it is sci-fi, we're 250 years in the future. But there's something fun about that one autistic guy who's gonna, like, be really into our game and be like, damn, lithium borohydride, dude, there's no way that's real. And he'd be like, oh shit. Oh, no it is. And they even solved the, you know, issue of it having high reactivity in oxidized environments because it's encapsulated with silica. That to me is it's just kind of fun. Okay, so it did loop through the duplicate ID issue. You have a sound guy? You have a voice actor, maybe your wife? We're gonna need a lot of voice actors. We don't have anybody in charge of sound design. And we will likely need to contract a sound designer with experience with meta sounds. But I don't have a full list of what we need. I don't have a full list of the sounds that we need or the applications of meta sounds that we want. But that would be for like an overlay to like announcements over the in-game speaker system, and then for like audio logs too, because we can probably just run that through a filter for like audio logs and stuff. But that's the plan. I don't want to deal with that myself, and I'm not very good at dealing with that, so it'd be better to get the recordings, let somebody master them, and then get them implemented into the game. Okay, the good thing is I can see the 2 proximities here, and we are taking the maximum one. We have our 2 current effects, so it did group those into each other. We are continuously reapplying the effect, so even though it is decrementing the first one and not the second one too, although now that I'm thinking about it, we probably should decrement both. We are breaking that right. Maybe instead of doing the loop through, we probably would need to decrement both. Because otherwise it would just save that other one until we... the bug. We have our ablative damage. It honestly looks good. It honestly looks perfect. We're just grabbing the one that the player is close to, so this issue is solved. This does assume that we're gonna have to make technical documentation for this, because this does kind of assume that we're taking that the other aspects of that that hazard are the same. So if they share the same idea, or same ID, sorry, so if they share the same ID, we assume that the rest of the config is the same. This might not be the case, but I don't see any instance where we would want that to be the case. Because the entire point of the duplicate system was that if we have one larger rock or something, or one larger source of hazard, that we want to treat that as one entity, even if we are using multiple hazard volumes to control its area of effect. You know, like a giant fire that is non-uniform in shape. We can set multiple of these down and apply the damage that we need to and overlap them however we want to, and it's not going to negatively impact the calculation at all. So that should be resolved. But if we want these to be separate, we can simply take away their IDs and they should be additive with each other, which we can check. So we know for sure that in the center of them, where I'm standing, we are taking how much damage? Negative 0.002263. And that is per tick. We do 5 ticks per second. For about 1% of a blade of damage. As we can see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Okay, so if we take away their IDs, they, even if they have the type allowance, if the ID is not filled, it will treat them as not. So we can test that here too. Remove the IDs, but we'll keep the apply allowance. It definitely looks doubled, but I'm gonna trigger it just to be safe. I'm gonna let it run through a node. So because, yes, it skipped them because we don't consider them duplicate IDs because both of these cases were not true. And so we treat them as separate entities, which means that this should be doubled. Negative 0.005582. Is that what it was? 5582? Yes. Which looks about double. Yeah. Yeah, that looks like double. So I think that it is definitely functional in that regard. Anything else here that we can use to stress test it or test different aspects? We tested proximity. I mean, most of our use cases wouldn't get too crazy anyway, because otherwise that would be confusing for the player to understand. We have remove sources. Oh, I can try the one shot. And so we'll say we will apply 5 seconds, so that would be 50 ticks. Or no, I'm sorry, 10 seconds of 1% ablative damage. So we should end up with 10% ablative damage total, not proximity based.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Why did it do 50? Oh, because it's 1% per tick. So I just, yeah, it's 50 times 1. I'm stupid. No, that is working. It did 50%. Because it's 1% per tick, 50 ticks. Easy math. I was mistaken. I was thinking about it in terms of seconds, but it's like, that's not the way that it works.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Nuh-uh, I went to the Lyrian Center. I know how to leer, okay? Do we want to change it? Do we want to change it from ticks to apply to seconds? And then do the math in the BPC? What would be easier for level designers? I think the ticks, because it's much easier to understand damage per ticks. We already have it set up for ticks. We just need to put in the description here that this is 5 ticks per second that we have set this to. How's it going, Rex? Oh. Ow, ow, ow. If we change this to 0.02, then that would end up doing only 10% ablative damage over the course of 10 seconds. What if the player does re-enter that? It would refresh it, wouldn't it? Because it would be the same source actor. We don't have it removing on tick. So if I go in and leave, it should continue to go down. I don't know of many use cases where we would want to have this, but it is allowed. Hey, eyebrow check. Hot takes only UE4 is greater than UE5. What is the big difference between UE5 and UE4 though, at its core? Wasted a day or two on shit? That happens. But today's progress is going really well. We added our own custom effect and damage over time system for health, ablative, and hydrogen. Call through direct. Like boards want to replace programmers with AI because they watch you mentally calculate and are wasting so much time in your head. Yeah, and you know what? I think the hyper focus on results over learning and skill is very dangerous. Because me making mistakes and bugs that an AI wouldn't make just reinforces my need to understand the system at a deeper level. And I get better at coding because of that. So I left and re-entered. It should reapply the... Yes, it did. It did not add them. It definitely reapplied them. Awesome. Well, so here's the thing, eyebrow check, because I think that's a fair criticism with Unreal Engine 5. You can turn off Lumen and Nanite and virtual shadow maps. You can even go back to old rendering methods in Unreal. It's just by default it doesn't have that, but turning those off is pretty easy. You can come up here and you can type in Nanite and disable Nanite. And then you can also go to global illumination method and switch this back to either screen space or none. And same with reflections. You can go back to screen space or none. And then you're basically back at what Unreal Engine 4 is. But base Unreal Engine 4, even with those off, is still better looking. And those are most of the GPU costs in the scene are going to be based on those two things. That's not the right button for that. Which is the one? Render resource. So we can see the GPU memory and the cost for different things here. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can switch to get a game running. Like, you know, the game that we made in Unreal here, which does use Lumen and Megalights, runs on a 970 on maximum settings at 1080p, 60 FPS on a GTX 970, which is the minimum because it is a DirectX 12 requiring game, so that is just the minimum requirement for a DirectX 12 game. But I kind of agree. Like it's a beefy engine. It requires a lot of knowledge to properly maintain and manage and profile, but they provide you with all of the necessary information to profile every frame and realize where you're spending money on it. What I think, I think that gamers need to... There's a marriage here between gamers' understanding of the cost of certain things like ray tracing, because ray tracing is just not cheap, and developers realizing that players don't necessarily need or want ray tracing, and it is a very expensive feature for, in some games, something that just is not necessary to improve the feeling of the game. But Lumen is becoming cheaper as they optimize it, and, well, assuming GPU prices ever go back down to normal, GPUs are getting better to handle the ray tracing. So we are going to meet at the middle here, and eventually we might look back at ray tracing and its cost in the same way that we look at like PhysX nowadays. Because back when PhysX came out from NVIDIA, we had to run that on the CPU, and it was extremely expensive, and it would just tank the FPS in any game that it was enabled on. Then it got so cheap that we eventually started moving it to the GPU, or I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. It was first run on the GPU because running CPU physics was so expensive, and we needed separate GPUs to run PhysX. People used to put their GPUs in SLI or the AMD equivalent of that to run PhysX on a single GPU while the rest of the game rendered on the other GPU. Then it became so cheap that we could run it on the same GPU without sacrificing GPU time on the game itself. And now it's so cheap that we run it on the CPU. I don't know if ray tracing is ever going to be something that we can run on the CPU, but it will become cheaper, and it has become cheaper. The old initial ray tracing demo from NVIDIA and Unreal was running on, I believe, 64 gigabytes of VRAM to hit 40 FPS. Now we can run at 60 FPS, and we don't need that much VRAM. So it's just taking time. It's taking time. Yeah, Mirror's Edge require you to have 2 GPUs to handle the physics, yeah. Yeah. With 5000 series, you can't run physics. No, they patched that, I think. They patched that. Isn't there a type of path tracing that's even more expensive than ray tracing? You can run it on hardware or software. There's 2 different variants for ray tracing, but generally, don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that. You could be right, though. The problem for me was that the deferred rendering's reliance on TAA, TSR, and the ghosting from those was so bad in my scene. So the issue is that in order to actually manage ray tracing at a reasonable frame rate, we rely on temporal data, which is the temporal, intemporal, anti-aliasing, or temporal super resolution, in order to feed back into Lumen to reduce artifacting. So unfortunately, you need the temporal data in order to actually run the ray tracing efficiently, but then of course the temporal anti-aliasing does come with its own problems. It's very cheap temporal anti-aliasing, and even temporal super resolution for its quality is pretty cheap too compared to other anti-aliasing methods. We just need to find the solution to this. And I think NVIDIA with DLSS 4.5 has majorly improved the stability of temporal data and the motion vectors that we need. It's one of those issues. It's back 5 to 10 years ago, if you asked graphics programmers if we would ever have real-time ray tracing for games, they would have laughed in your face. It would just be impossible. Just because it is a holy grail, one of the last few final frontiers of real-time rendering, and we have started to come over that, but it is a slow process of getting to the point where we can look back at it like we look at physics now. Nanite is the one that you should be happy with. Nanite is mostly very cheap for something that is nearly infinitely scalable. Let's say practically infinite scaling. But it's Lumen. It's the ray tracing and the real-time ray traced global illumination and reflections. that are really, really expensive. But nanite is great. Nanite is wonderful. It's relatively cheap and it just works. The artifacts are so bad for you, and I really need fast-paced gameplay. So you need to turn on... There's a lot that you need to do to optimize the stability of temporal artifacting. Even individual materials need to write to the motion vectors in order to reduce that ghosting. But Unreal does support other methods, and DLSS is not a... DLSS is a way to meet in the middle between temporal ghosting and the fidelity that you want within your game. And I do think, personally, I think DLSS quality, and especially native, looks better than with DLSS off. DLSS is pretty amazing. I don't think people should be afraid of DLSS. We should see that one. Okay, yeah, we saw that 50% diminish, and now we're just taking these standard. I honestly just think this is working. I didn't expect to finish this today, but I think I actually made a full custom effect handler today. Just kind of crazy. I will say, I know people are bringing up nanite and lumen. We intend to use both, but I am very, very aware of the performance costs of nanite and lumen, and we are going to make sure that we optimize both. I do not want this game to be only playable with DLSS turned on. I wouldn't want that from a game that I'm playing, and so therefore I'm not going to implement that in my game. I do think that the GPU is going to be the bottleneck because our game is just not very complex on the CPU side. We are very, very, very aware, Rex and I, of the costs, the necessities, and the pitfalls of working with both nanite and lumen, and we're going to make sure that this game is playable on as minimum of hardware as we can. But lumen is that some games are made with it in mind and then lack so much on baked lighting. So for me, lumen is one of those things that when it looks good, it looks really good. When it looks bad, it looks worse than most other backup light. That's my biggest issue with lumen. When it works, it works. When it doesn't work, though, it looks fucking horrible, and I hate it. So I think that that's going to be the biggest challenge to us, is optimizing that in our virtual shadow maps. But nanite mostly works out of the box, and I don't think our scene complexity is going to get to a point where nanite is the culprit. We also just don't have two things. We don't have a dynamic day-night cycle, so we reduce a lot of the invalidation of our virtual shadow maps that occur with like a open world dynamic day-night cycle game. We don't have a dynamic day-night cycle. We do have lumen. We will have some moving lights, and we will have some of the VSMs get invalidated, but it won't be significant. And we are going to use megalights, which should help significantly optimize the number of light sources that we have in our game. With nanite specifically, though, we can do a few things. We can bake all of our static geometry into instanced static meshes through level instances, which should significantly lower the GPU cost, not VRAM cost, but GPU cost to render those instant static meshes. And then we can reduce overdraw by just being very knowledgeable about optimizing each scene individually. Yesterday that Megalights only works in RTX cards. Let's look into that. Although I don't think that's true, because we used Megalights in our game here. And that is running... That is our GTX 970. But if you hear information about that, if it like maybe automatically disables it behind the scenes, that would be good to know. But I think that I think it's just a DirectX 12 feature like Lumen. So the minimum required card for any DirectX 12 game is going to be the GTX 970 or equivalent. I believe that was the first card to actually support DirectX 12. Limitation. Incompatible forward renderer, obviously. Legacy Perlite CPU overhead tracking primitive interactions, which aren't needed for Megalights. Okay, I don't know if that's still true, but it says it is. Directional light cloud shadows, that's fine for us. Subsurface scattering, thickness estimation is supported. I don't know if that's fine for us. Water clouds, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that should be fine too. Doesn't the docs need to enable support for hardware ray tracing? Hardware. It's listed. It says recommended. But still, that is good to know. We don't have any money, so unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot of systems that can test this on, but if you guys, at a certain point, before we go to early access, we will try to get some information of how, what's the minimum that we can get this running on. We're going to try our best, though, because I know that RAM and VRAM is just... Who the hell is going to be able to afford it these days? I wonder how much, I want to aim for 6 gigabytes minimum of VRAM needed. But I fear that we're going to have to recommend a minimum 8. I definitely don't want to push anywhere above that, though. And we will do whatever we need to get that down to a stable amount. The instant static mesh, because our game really just does not have a whole lot of dynamic things happening, there is an awful lot that we can shove into instant static meshes, which should significantly lower the GPU cost. Different from VRAM, but the GPU cost of rendering the frame, and from a CPU perspective, our game should be pretty simple too. So I have high hopes that as long as we optimize our meshes well, which Rex is doing, because we are both very aware of the pitfalls of nanite and overdraw. We don't have any foliage in our game. There's no trees, so we don't have a whole lot of issues with that. But even if we did, nanite foliage would be able to reduce the cost of that significantly too. I really think it's going to come down to lumen and lighting and shadow costs. That's my biggest fear, but we are very aware of that. So we're prepared to contact whoever we need to in the industry. I have a lot of contacts on the rendering side, and we can just get whoever we need to optimize this. Ideally, I would be happy if we are one of the kind of like forerunners of well-optimized UE5 games. I do not want people using DLSS to run this game at native resolution at 1080p at 60 FPS. No way in hell. But if you want to turn on DLSS for the sharpening and run it at native DLAA, totally okay with that. That would be pretty cool to have. Just note, we are going to go to early access, so optimization will occur after our launch, as well as before our launch. In our production plan, we plan to do profiling and optimization passes before our early access release, not after. Yeah, or frame gen. I fucking hate frame gen. Like, if you want to use frame gen to get some crazy number, go for it. But no, not to achieve 60. Looking at you, Wilds? Which one? Outer Wilds? Outer Worlds? Borderlands 4 was horrible. That was the Monster Hunter. I thought Monster Hunter is UE5. Is it not? Oh, it's the RE engine. Okay. Well, we also won't be having a DLC check that runs slower when you don't have DLC. Mainly because we won't have DRM. So I don't give a fuck if you want to pirate my game, I don't give a shit. Just, I hope you enjoy it. If we can maintain self-publishing status, we will also be uploading the official torrents for our game, so that if you can't afford the game or it's not available in your region, we don't want you receiving a potentially faulty or dangerous product. But we will be pricing the game fairly across all regions to ensure that we're not asking for some major price in a country that can't afford it. We don't believe that somebody who can't afford the game is a lost sale, if that makes sense. Do I need to do anything else for hazards? We're very ahead of schedule today. We could get a basic UI working. Construct sources. Yeah, we did want to have config that was based on data tables. I could quickly refactor hazards to pull from data tables or manual config in the same way that we do with our, what is it, the platforms. That way we can have like just a generic radioactive rock, and you can just drag that out and set that as a, and modify all those on a per data table basis. Yeah, I like that. Let's do it. We would need the base hazard config, ticks to apply, and remove on exit. We would need all those things. Hazards. ST hazard data row. Let's make a data table. DT. Hazard data. Hazard config. And then we need the Boolean and the integer, right? B remove on exit. Okay, we'll call this hazard underscore radioactive, rock, default. Mineral radiation, ablative damage, 0.1. Continuously reapply, proximity based, 5 ticks, remove on exit. I will add too, I don't want to sound like an expert on Nadite or Lumen. I'm not. And everything I say should be taken with a grain of salt. I'm trying to understand as much as I can about it because the first optimization pass will have to be done by me and Rex, and the more we understand as a collective, the better we can like approach our workflow and pipelines. But we will be consulting with people who are experts in this and have experience optimizing every last millisecond from the render time to ensure that we can get this game running on as minimum of hardware as possible. I do not want to release a game that, as a player, I would not want to play because it was so horribly optimized. That would be dumb and horrible. Yeah, we need the data table row handle. Yeah.
You can't spell micro-raptor games without gay.
Resentment can grow
And boy, let me tell
quietly
you,
without
you
much
are gay.
warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
Itake? How you doing, Size? Thank you for reminding me of the horrible voice acting in Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Shiitake?
But still a fair question. Long time? Didn't you see me? Weren't you here yesterday?
FBI, open up!
Oh my god, I hate all of these redeems. I hate them all. I'm not gonna remove any of them. Was it a week? Oh my god, dude, I'm horrible at remembering. Price them up? No, I like them. They're fun. I say I hate them because they're just silly, but I actually do like them. Okay, either if it's not valid, we need to... hazard data. Hold on, what did I name these two? We have the... config is the data table row, then we have the data or data from table. Hazard data from table, or hazard data. And a shitload of work, lots of calls and agreements to be made between teams. I need to go to my boss to change my role, I think. Like project leader or system integration engineer. Never answer the doors. Dude, you were gone for a long time. Who was there? That was crazy. Family, sadly. The way that you say sadly is not a good thing. Oh, I know the issue with this. Okay, I'm gonna remove the integer and boolean from the config. I'm gonna remove those two. How's the story writing doing? Story writing is going well. Lore writing is going well. It's very slow, but it is going very well. Last Friday, we wrote up about the star and its flares, and how we're going to handle flares from a lore and gameplay perspective. And what our star will look like to the naked eye, roughly. So it is going. Are any of you watching A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms? I know I ask this a lot, but nobody I know is watching it. I think a lot of people got burnt out because, you know, Game of Thrones ended up horribly, and then House of the Dragon went off into fan fiction. You're watching Animosity? Did you read the books by chance? Or are you a completely fresh show watcher? You just started Game of Thrones. Okay, I won't spoil anything for you guys then. How are you liking it, Animosity, without spoiling anything for Paul? As a book watcher, I love it. It's super, super, super accurate. There's some additional things, but like a lot of the dialogue is very accurate to the book. You're liking it a lot? Dumbledore dies. Aren't they the same person? Yeah, to me, I really like the Hedge Knight and like the whole series of Dunk and Egg, because I don't know, it feels so down to earth and relaxing. It doesn't lack dark moments or serious plots and subplots, but I love the focus of the show. And I think that the way it's shot too it has some really beautiful cinematography so far in the first 3 episodes. But I won't spoil anything for you if you haven't read it. Technically, it's not spoilers because it happened in the past and you could like look at a wiki, but you know, where's the fun in that? Yeah, I'm just gonna change this structure. Can I refactor that? No. Poopy. Poopy poopy. Is that gonna add redirectors? Where's my redirector? Just to be on the safe side. Yeah, we'd have to remake that. Okay, DT hazard config. Shit. I gotta rewrite it. Multiple allowed, mineral radiation, ablative, negative 0.01. Continuous reapply is proximity based. Has underscore radioactive mineral default. Just for something that we can use to test this with. So you just started Game of Thrones, Paul. How was it? What season are you in? And who's your favorite character so far? Your episode 1? Wait. Oh shit, so are you gonna upload that to YouTube? I imagine so, right? Already done? Wait, did you just do that today? Have I missed that, or have I not seen that yet? Yesterday, I must have missed that then. Ooh, that'll be fun. So I guess maybe you don't have like a favorite. I guess maybe you don't have a favorite character yet or something, right? Probably not Jaime Lannister. We won't give you any spoilers then. Jaime and his sister are really, what, as your favorite characters? You're just like, oh damn, there's incest? Hell yeah. Oh, is it your least favorite? They just seem to get on really well. Also get off really well too, huh? Okay, we can break hazard config. So if it's valid, we'll set the hazard data from table. Otherwise, if it is not found or not valid, then do our backup. The little girl who slapped Joffrey. Who slaps Joffrey in the first episode? Is this Sansa or Arya? Is it the red-haired one or the black-haired one? Oh, so it's Arya. I totally forgot that she smacks him. I mean, if there's any kid that deserves a smacking, it is Joffrey. Oh yeah, with the stick, right? Because they were she was doing some like play fighting or something, wasn't she? With one of the commoners. I gotta be careful what I say though, because I've not seen the first season in a long time, so I don't want to meld together the events. That's so cool though. We gotta watch the episode. Yeah, we do the valid row data. Okay. We can do that here. Sean Bean. I mean, how is it not possible to love Sean Bean? Getting pretty old, isn't he? How old is Mr. Sean? He's 66 years old. Damn. What a man. He's still pretty handsome, though. He's still a good-looking dude. I always like looking at good-looking dudes with you guys in chat. Okay, we can throw that up there. The only one we want exposed is not... We don't want the data from table exposed. We do want hazard data and hazard config. We'll throw that in there too, and this is just proximity for a category. And now for the get hazard ticks, or I guess get hazard config, we need to do a select node here based on our row data. Yeah, that should work. And then overlap here, we have the hazard data, but we can instead do get hazard config. Or I might make a macro for that. No, you know what? I'll make it a... No, we can do the function. We can do the function. I'm not going to get too snooty about it. Jensen Ackles. Do I know that guy? Jensen Ackles. He's got a good jawline. He looks good with stubble. If I were any gayer, you know, I'd go for him. My gayness level is just, it's very low. You know, I'm very much I'm just kind of shit at it. I haven't leveled up enough. I got a wife, so you know, it's like I'm basically just stuck at level 1 boars. Okay, so if hazard config is not configured, we back up to hazard data. If we do have a data table row, and it is a valid row, then we would have that would supersede it. So we could test that out. So like this one will apply, these have the same config technically. Or actually they don't right now, but I can give them the same config. They have the same config. The one on the right will be normal. This one will use the hazard mineral default. This one over here is going to do health damage. So one on the left, we should see ablative damage. Yes. And this one over here will be health damage. It is very strong health damage. I think it is because this is set to, yeah, this is set to 5%, and then the one here in the config is set to 1%. Okay, so it is working. It is good. You can now set up data table rows and use the configuration from data tables to create very easily replicable and balanceable on a large range hazards without making a whole bunch of children blueprints. Like, on purpose, she must be nice. This is such an on-purpose wife that she and I met in high school when she was in Poland and I was in the US. And the first time we ever met in person was while she was studying in Japan. And I flew to Japan to meet her with the intention to propose to her on that trip. And if it didn't work out in person, it would have been really fucking awkward for the 2 weeks. But thankfully it did work. I'm dying. Oh, she'll be happy to know I'm dying. Hey, Discern. That's amazing. Well, it's amazing that we're still together. You know, we've had rough patches like I think any couple has. We've had our ups, had our downs, but then we stabilized those first few years. Especially when, you know, like finances are tough and yeah. Yeah, gotta make it through the hard times. But if she can't handle me at my worst, then she doesn't deserve me at my best. Or whatever, I don't know. Whatever abusers say. Wow, so gay. I'm a short king. Actually, I'm slightly taller than her. But she is slightly older, so I am hag maxing. What are we talking about? Women. You know, those creatures. Drugs. Important to learn how to discuss and listening to other half. Yeah, it's just... This was kind of... I don't know if I should say this, but this was like her first real relationship. And my first, I would say, serious one too. Although I had more relationship experience. It was just... There was a lot to learn. And then it was, you know, we were living here in Poland for the first time together. So it was my first time living outside of the US and outside of my parents' house was me moving to Poland. Which was not a good idea, but I did it. It was a lot to get used to. Those nasty creatures. She doesn't have a comparison, yeah. I'm the best that she's ever had, because I'm like the only one she's ever had. And if she doesn't have anybody to compare me to, then she doesn't know how bad I really am. Oh. Notifications on Steam. Okay, do we need to do anything else for this? We had IDs from row names. That's workable. Individual sources can be marked as unique or additive to other sources. Yes, we have that. Unique sources will only apply a single version of that effect based on ID. Yes. Additive would ignore ID and apply as many effects as there are active sources. Yes. Proximity-based drain is working. We have not coupled logic with an MVVM. So we could set up the MVVM. Let's do that. I wonder how we would set that up. With like an array. What kind of game am I working at? Type in !game and you can read about it. Ilopolon got so drunk at Piana Vishna. Where's Piana Vishna? But I mean, getting drunk in Poland is, yeah. I don't think they let you through the border if you don't take like a shot of vodka. Perfect. Perfect, Paul. We'll just isolate that typo in history. Guess I'm not getting it. Is it not your favorite genre? It's fair. Not every game is going to be for everybody. It is more casual friendly though, as a precision platformer. We have a lot of options to make it more playable for people who don't like massive progress. Oh, you're not getting in then. I thought you said it. I misread that, sorry. Apologies. MVVM player effects. Bokun, thanks for the follow. Happy Tuesday. It sounds fun, thank you. Yeah, it should be, we want to make, or I want to make, a precision platformer that is friendly towards speedrunners who want that and who want that hardcore experience and massive amount of failure if they make a mistake, but also for people who want a more casual experience or who want something on top of just jumping on platforms. We do have some pretty deep lore here and optional objectives, things that can make your run easier or expand upon the world and the characters within it. So it caters to both, depending on what you're looking for. Set up listeners. I'm wondering how we can set up a... How can we read from individual effects in this list or the MVVM? I mean, it's possible that if we attach an array to an MVVM widget, that we could grab a specific index, maybe? I never tried it. Let's see what it looks like. Let's try this here. Let's add a binding to this text. It doesn't show anything. Maybe there's like a conversion or a utility. Utilities array, find item, identical length. There's not really like a grabbing for that. Not really. I know I can, okay, so I know I can run functions on I could either build something dynamically within the MVVM. I could grab from a function, although I don't know if I can do inputs to a function. I make a function here and I type just get test input with a integer. Const and peer for the array. I'm trying to convert. Well, I'm not really trying to convert. I'm trying to see if I can grab a specific index from an array using MVVM. Because I want to, like, we have effects, right? And we need to show those effects on the screen, probably with like an icon, depending on when the player gets one. So I could either build a set number that are going to show on the UI with an additional thing that we can show if the player has more than, let's say, like 3 or 5. And I could do that within the MVVM and then just read the individual parameters. Because I don't think I can just say, hey, grab this array and grab this index. I think I'd have to build it in the MVVM and then just grab individual parameters from the MVVM. Does that need to be a string? Well, couldn't I send a constant in? Would that be possible? I could send to the view model, but I'm not sure if I could send... No, because it's only when an MVVM field is equal to something. What's the proper way to do this? What's the proper way to dynamically build an array of widgets decoupled from directly calling that function? I guess what we could say... We could have a Boolean listen for an update for when a effect is updated. I want to do it without putting any listeners on the blueprint too. Because I know I could just do that, right? I could just listen to the player component or to the actor component, but I want to do it without that. The MVVM can listen to the component, but I just want the widget to read the data. Though I'm not sure if I am able to dynamically build an array of widgets based on that. I kind of did that in Immersive Sim. Oh, you gotta go? Yeah, take care, Paul. It was nice seeing you, and I look forward to watching your video later. Thanks for showing up. It might be easier to let's do this. Let's take our screen. Screen here, right? We got our screen. And let's say in the corner is where we have our active effects or something. Up here. Active effects on the player. We could make multiple slots up here for effects. And they can look like this and kind of build out left. And in the MVVM, I can say when that player effects array is updated, we need to build each of these. And these are 5 separate variables. And if these variables are populated with data, we can set their visibility based on that. And then read what we need to on the widget. You're gonna have little clock indicators so people know how long till they run out. There will be no maximum amount of time needed to beat our game. So there won't be like you won't have to hurry to the end. But for speedrunners, there will be an in-game clock that will show up for how long it takes to beat the game. And ideally, we'd also like to break that down into sections. So it'll tell you how long it took you to beat a certain section and get to the next checkpoint. So yes. But for casual players who don't want that and might not like the added stress, you can turn off all. Actually, the on-screen timer is off by default, and you can turn it on if you want. So if you just want to play the game, have your precision challenging platformer, not have to worry about time or even having it up there, no problem. Nothing in the game is going to be limited by time. You can complete the game at whatever pace you have. This might be the most optimal because I don't know of any other way, unless we have the whole array and we like run a specific function. Use a list view, have the VM return an array of effect VMs. Can you explain that further, Animosity? What you're thinking here? Talking about the abilities, typically abilities run out, so are these permanent once you get them? Yes, abilities are permanent, they run off of hydrogen. And if you don't have any hydrogen left, then you can't use the abilities. The only one that will kill you if you run out of it is health. If a ablative runs out and you take what's supposed to be ablative damage, you'll instead take health damage. But if hydrogen runs out, you just can't use your... And you'll have to restore it somewhere. List view, have the view model return an array. Effective view. You're saying like using multiple view models, like view model effect 1, view model effect 2, view model 3. I guess you could create view model instances. Well, I've never done that. I guess the question is, would the player ever have more than... Well, I mean, the player might have more than 5 active effects at once.
Wrong.
You think so? The model that represents an effect. Create list view item widget that uses a single VM. Root container VM that listens to effect changes. When it does, it updates a list of effect VMs. It's a list view binding. I mean, this is only my like second time working with MVVM, so I'm still very much new to it. Root container VM that listens to effect change.
Daddy.
The backup is to limit it to 5 slots, which might be okay for now. Because it's not like some game where you end up with a billion effects. And if we have that many effects active on the player, it might just be hard to read anyway. So making a dynamic container might be... It might be unnecessary. Maybe I should answer that question. Like, do we expect to have more than 5 active effects on the player? Keeping in mind that we only have 3 resources that can actually get drained. Health, ablative, and hydrogen. And we could group certain ones together. Effects cannot affect one another. So I'm thinking here we might not need to do a dynamically updating list. We could do the we could do this method with one MVVM. Well, the effects here are like negative. They're like hazard effects. I don't currently have any plan to add like positive effects into them. Because like restoration is immediate and full, it's 100%. So if you like go up to a restoration station and you heal your health, it is an immediate full thing, and I probably wouldn't apply that through I mean, this is no. What you're asking is a very fair question. I don't think we would apply that through the effect system. I can just run that immediately, or if we do run it through the effect system, we can do a quick one-off. And there wouldn't be any cases where the player would be actively taking negative effects while restoring positive ones. Or even if so, we could use like a separate container for that and have like a negative effect and positive effect container. I can say this, at least for now, I don't see a necessity to dynamically create a container list. I don't think our game is that hardcore to the point where we're going to be applying a million effects like some ARPG game or something. And if the player is ever taking more than 5 negative effects at a time, it's probably just bad level design. Yeah. We can always go back to it. We can always refactor it. Like the point of using MVVM is to make it really scalable and really easy to modify if we need to. So I don't mind if we ever needed to dynamically create a list. I don't think it would take more than a couple. So for now, we'll just keep it to 5, and we will create the individual aspects within the MVVM, and then read those individually. That's my thought. MVVM is model view model, which is a way of creating and communicating with the UI by decoupling your data from the UI completely. I'm gonna create essentially a World of Warcraft buffs and debuffs. Yeah, something like that, but it's, I know exactly what you mean. It's up here, right? So it's kind of like that, where we would show the active effects and like time left on them, or the number of effects that you had that match a single type. It's pretty much like that, yeah. But we don't expect to have more than 5. So I don't think I need to go too crazy, and we could just create 5 individual elements that we rewrite to separately. Oh, it's usually in the top right. So, but essentially the same thing. We can move it anywhere we need to after we make it. It won't be on this one. This was testing. I can revert that. Actually, no, we don't need to revert that because I did change that this branch. This was refactored too. So in player effects, what we'll do is we'll read from the blueprint component. First, we need to make the MVVM. Yeah, it's like we only have three resources. And if the player's ever at a point where they're taking multiple, like let's say they're crawling through this area with a lot of like small radioactive rocks that would be combined on top of each other, we can probably just combine those into one UI element where it shows a little radioactive mineral or something, and then like a times n number. We don't have to have 5 individual ones if we don't want to. But should we ever need to scale that up, we can. Where my event went for... Oh, because I'm in the MVVM. I need to look in the BPC. Wondered where that went. The BPC creates the MVVM and then runs setup listeners. So that's what we're doing here. And we got to do that here too. On begin play. And we can set the timer to run after we set this up. Okay, MVVM. Player effects. And then we can plug that in there. Set up listeners. What do we just make that like an actor reference? What did we make that? Yeah, just an actor object. All right, that'll initialize the MVVM. If we wanted to get really cool with it too, we could cook some of this down to a universal function, because we do intend to use MVVMs quite a lot. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get crazy with it. Watch this, bitch. Gonna be spicy. Oh, never mind. It can't be used in a static function. Never mind. Is there an MVVM specific class though that I could use? Alright, never mind. Goddamn, Unreal. Embarrassing me in front of my friends. Yeah, that's fine though. Okay, we'll need to listen to... We only have the effects. We really just need to listen to that whenever it's updated. Well, the setup listeners is kind of just one thing. Although I don't think that I made a... I didn't make dispatchers for this. I used to play a lot of OSRS. Yes. Want to have a look at the escape-like game I'm making? Yes. But probably when I'm done with this. Or on a day where we could look at it more in detail. Yeah, you can link here. The only people I don't really like shilling are like people who just join and don't interact. Oh, it's just a short clip? Okay. I take a look. Oh, and this is you? Oh, I'm not even following you. That's embarrassing to see. Maybe I didn't know it was you. Oh, if there's an audio delay too, that's not on your side. That's on my audio. Or my stream chip, or the fuck it's called. This does look chill. This does look chill. This is multiplayer, right? I like the shaking though. I imagine as an OSRS fan, you're gonna want to have like something fall out of that. So that's a cool animation to have for that. Oh, it is single player. Okay, see, I will play Escape like that is single player. I absolutely will probably never play another one full time that is multiplayer. But no, this looks good. I like this. Oh, you do have that. Oh, that's cool. Hey, if you ever want us to like beta test it, I don't know how far along you are with like builds, or if you have like a Steam key you could send. Let me know, because we can always do that on stream too if you want like live reactionary feedback and thoughts. Whenever you do it, I'm totally on board, so let me know and we can dedicate like a whole day to playing it, or even longer if there's more gameplay to it. That looks cool. I mean, you know what? I should have liked that. The algorithm. I liked it. Anywhere we return out, we should probably run our call. We run remove invalid sources at the start, so I'm not gonna tie a binding to remove invalid sources. Remove effect for source, I will. Maybe we would want to run that. Effect initialized. If the source is invalid, I don't think we need to run that. But we do want to run it if we successfully applied. Yeah, when you say single player escape, like I'm in. Did you ever play, if you kind of like games like that, did you ever play the, what was it called? Fantasy Life. That came out last year. Because this game is very escape-like and was a lot of fun. And maybe you could get some inspiration or ideas from this. I would recommend it. I think it's really good. 94% positive. I had a lot of fun with that game. Black Grimoire Curse Breaker. I remember that game. That game was pretty cool. You say escape, do you mean like a survival crafty type game? Who's saying escape? You mean me or Animosity? Like a neighbor from 15 years ago, he said RuneScape means run and escape. Ah, that is a classic, isn't it? Oh, it's a escape like. So it's like RuneScape. Meaning you have like skills and they level up as you use them. RPG, open world. I actually don't know what defines escape like. Because that could also define Skyrim or like Oblivion. Is Elder Scrolls escape like? Yeah, is it not escape like? Is it if it's an MMO? I'd say no. What defines escape like? Because I think people who know RuneScape, when you say scape like, they kind of get a good picture of what it is. Oh, you asked ChatGPT, perfect. Long-term character progression, skill-based leveling, open-ended gameplay loops such as skilling, question, and social interaction. I guess it does require that it be multiplayer then to be escape-like. Although I don't know how to feel about that aspect. Tile-based world structure. I guess, yeah, tile-based could be a pretty big component to that. And fixed time steps tick system. Yeah. Tile-based with fixed time step. Well, Elder Scrolls has a lot of that in common, right? Like the long-term character progression, skill-based leveling, open-ended gameplay loops. The only thing that it doesn't do is like tile-based and fixed time step. Maybe the camera plays a part of that too, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it's kind of vague. I don't see people use scape-like very often. We could call that there. We could also call it here if this was successful. But it should be fine to run here. Small optimism. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just optimize. Who cares? Those are also RPG tropes. It is. So I think that the most unique thing is, well, I mean, I think genres can define combinations. But genre definitions have always been kind of weird. Like roguelite or RPG as a whole. Because I don't know if I would technically say that every game with levels and XP is an RPG. Defining it more as a spectrum, I think. Some people describe Dragon Age Inquisition as a single-player MMO, and I think that's pretty accurate. I don't think so. It's a lot of the design uses MMO design tropes or practices, but I don't think that makes it an MMO. Because like one is a definition and the other is being used to describe the design methodologies that went in. But there's nothing MMO about Dragon Age. And there have been plenty of other games that have similar designed open worlds that don't get that moniker. Do we only need these three, or do we also want to do... We probably want to put it here too, but only if this is successfully to remove the... Inquisition, yeah, it was originally intended to do that, but it wasn't. So I wouldn't classify it as an MMO, but it has the same design philosophy behind it that a lot of it, which does not serve a single player game. But I get what people mean when they say it's like a single player MMO. But definitionally it is now. Yeah, it's got the feel, but it's not one of those. Yeah. Okay. The funny thing is, all three of these can be hooked into the same function on the MVVM. There's no reason why we can't. Why did we need the player for this? Oh, that's right, because I use it for the world context. That stupid thing. Otherwise it bitches at me. The most annoying way possible. Okay, return there. We're gonna bind these to the exact same function, which will just be to update effects. Can I duplicate? Yes, I can. We can't grab individual, we can't break a structure in the MVVM, but we can just apply, we can like categorize, then duplicate them. So we can do, what information from the structure do we actually need shown on the HUD? What information would we want here? We can always refactor it later too, it's not a big deal. Oh, we didn't fix this bug either yet. let's not forget to do that today. Source type we do need. Damage type would be nice to show there in some way. Damage per tick, I don't know. The amount of time left on it would be useful information to have. We don't want to make it overly complicated though, right? When the player looks at the HUD for the active effects, I don't think it should be something that is like an Excel spreadsheet to discern. Maximum, it should be like an icon, and two separate numbers. We can get away with colors too. So like the source type is the icon, the damage type can be the outer border on that. I'm not gonna think too long about this because we can refactor it. It's not a big deal. Ticks left would be nice to know. And I think application type. As long as I can get it into the MVVM and built, we can read from that later. I'll have a separate boolean too that will just be active. And that will tell that'll tell the widget should we show this, because we can do a conditional showing visibility of that. So we use the boolean on each of the individual active effects to determine if we should be showing that effect on the HUD. I don't think we need to show damage. Ticks left could be nice though. You know what? Let me go to the bathroom, and I'll tell you. I think we can just. I think there's a simpler way that we can. Yeah, just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I changed my mind in the bathroom. We're gonna do it this way. I changed my mind again. Sorry, I know I was a bit anticlimactic. We accept that there's gonna be a refactor later for this, so it is what it is. Once we get a UI designer to go through and clean things up. The good news is we have pretty much all the information we need, and as long as the dispatches are updating that, I don't see a problem then. Okay, we don't need these two open. Function library we shouldn't need open. We need to grab our effects. Or just store the effects and read from that. We either do that or restore the player object as the owner. Because I don't have to pull that in every time. Well, we would have to do that because we need to... Yeah, this is dumb. Unless we can just use... No, we should store that. I hired an artist to totally redo the background cityscapes of your game. Yeah, how did that go? They do a good job. Hit the... player effects component. Current effects, we're going to set that to a local variable. I believe we're also trying to figure out the tile system in Godot, but the artist did a good job. Well, that's really cool. And now you have somebody that you can work on or work with in the future. Pretty nice. Let's get one of these working. We'll have to continue this tomorrow for sure, but I can work for another hour. But then we should very easily be able to finish this tomorrow and get some like placeholder widget on screen. And then I think tomorrow too, which is like 1 day sooner than I thought it would take. We can do the resource restoration stations, as those are absurdly simple. Can't believe you spent over 20k on the game. It adds up, doesn't it? What's your monetization going to be for it? Do I know about your game? You have a call this week though and go through some stuff? Yeah, when do you want to do that, Rex? He doesn't, we're not done yet. Hey, if you ever need somebody... I'm gonna sell it. Yeah, but like... I don't remember if you told me what your game is, so I don't know if you're gonna go to like freemium or... micros. What you're doing with it. You probably did, I just have a... I have a goldfish memory. If you ever need Japanese and Polish localization, my wife can do that though. And she gives discounts on both languages at once. Oh, $15 for a premium. Okay. I hope you recoup that soon then. That shouldn't be too bad. a bool. Be active. Source type. Hazard. Source type. Oh wait, we should do be active 1. Source type 1. Damage type 1. There's not gonna be a non-premium version, only planned for PC, not against console. Yeah, but later, right? Every simultaneous release I've worked on has been horrible. I've only worked on one simultaneous release. Wait, did I? Yeah, I've only done one. I thought I did 2. I only did 1, and it was bad. 0 out of 10. Hazard application type. And then B is proximity based for the Boolean. I hope you can hear me munching on almonds. Okay, that'll work. And then we'll put this all into an effect 1 category. I wish I could duplicate a whole category. Any day works. We could call today, Rex, if you want. Although I have to go by the store, but that won't take very long. If you're down for it. Whenever you get finished with your game test run, just you know, let us know and we can play it if it's a type of game that I think I would enjoy, because I don't want to. If I play a game that I'm not going to enjoy, then you know that's not going to be good coverage for you. But if it is, I would love that, and we can throw it up on YouTube. I think for right now I could just do a for loop. Like, we won't hard code it. We'll hard code it to work with only 5, but it can be easily set up to be expanded just by changing it to a for each loop. That's my thoughts for now. While we test the system and just see if it's working as intended. How do we know if the effect is active? Well, I guess we would know because it would be an active index within that, right? Yeah, because we can then just get the Yeah, I know what we can do. I know what we can do. Because we'll know what our current index is, so we can just say three minus, and if it is greater than 0, or greater than or equal to. Can I do a reverse for loop? Do a reverse for. Well, we could start at current index plus 1, and then do a for loop between that and a final index of 4. 3 minus 3, 0. So that's 4 active effects, which means we loop through 3 plus 1, 4 and 4, so the final index. Otherwise, 3 minus 4 is negative 1. False. We have full effects. Yep, that'll work. Why did I make 5? Idiot. We only have 1 working right now, so we're just gonna leave it like that. That'll handle any missing indices and set those to be inactive. Otherwise, we do need to set the individuals as active. We can either do a switch on int. I'm thinking we can handle this with a big ass select. It's gonna look ugly, but be really efficient for the number of updates that we might have to call here. But we can nativize this into C++ if we need to. No biggie. Yeah, do a select on integer. Right now we have up to 5 options. I think it's gonna complain though if I don't have them booked. We will need 6 of these. Wait, is this correct? No, it would only work this way if it was the other way around. If we were taking a larger number of inputs and shoving them into a single output, but we actually need fewer inputs into multiple outputs. So I will have to do a switch. That is fine. That's also efficient too. Just a little bit more annoying. And probably to reduce clutter. I'll handle it this way. Current source type. I mean, we're not working with any super complex structures anyway. Application type. Yeah, there's not any way I can make this more. At least not on first thought. We could condense that if we need to. That's an okay collapse in my book. Feel free to play my game on stream YouTube. I'm really hoping we can get at least a good demo out by August. Okay, yeah, August sounds like a pretty good time. What kind of game are you making? I don't know how much you can share. You have a Steam page? The only thing I would the only time I would turn it down is if it was not my type of game. That's mainly so that I don't provide, you know, some wow, player who doesn't like our kind of games played our games and didn't like it. Surprise, surprise. Supersized Rescue Squad. Those are like the Antifa medics during riots in the US. But this is a different type of supersized. I like this. This looks cool. I'm into it. Level-based action platformer. Yeah, I love it. If you have me on Discord, I think we are friends on Discord. We'll connect up there. He goes to rescue people and bring them back home base. It's like a cross between Jill the Jungle and Choplifter. That's amazing. With a big sexy lady who is very tall. And she loves you, of course, right? She loves you as the player. Say yes. Say she does. Ooh, this is gonna broadcast. I don't know if I want these to broadcast. You know what I could do is I could turn off the individual broadcast of each of these and instead use a single boolean. You play as her, although you're kind of playing yourself playing the game. That's deep. I think what I'll do is I'll turn off notify on each of these and instead just use a single separate boolean for B. Okay, but then if it updates... No, hold on. There's different notify types that I can do, right? Like, they don't have to be immediate or on tick. Maybe I'm optimizing this a little bit too much. We have immediate, delayed, tick, and auto. Execute the binding at the end of the frame before drawing when the source value changes. I'm wondering if we could use that, because immediate is immediately when it gets updated, and that would be a lot of calls if we're updating a lot of those. Delayed would be at the end of every frame draw. Tick is executed the binding at the end of the frame. When the binding can be triggered from multiple fields, use delayed. I'm thinking tick is, well, what's the difference? Execute the binding at the end of the frame before drawing when the source value changes. What's the difference between delayed and tick? Before drawing. Well, if it's before drawing, then I guess tick would save it for the next frame, but delayed would keep it until the end before the frame is drawn. Like I said, maybe this is just over optimizing and it's not really going to impact the CPU that heavily. I don't know. You have a whole digital unboxing section where it's like you bought the game back in '93, you unboxed it and installed it on your computer. That's amazing. I actually really like that. I could see, you don't have to do this, of course, but it'd be kind of funny if, like, you're like a kid on Christmas Day and you have to, like, pull back the wrapping. You can hear your parents in the background, like, oh, what did Santa bring you? Although not everybody is celebrating Christmas, so super universal. Scratch that. It'd always be like your birthday, though. But that is cool. I like that. Ignore my fan fiction. It's actually your birthday. Okay, so there we go. Your parents went away. Damn. Your parents just leave you on your birthday? There's a lot to be said there, isn't there? Current source type. Current damage type. Application, proximity, X. It's just a weekend. That's cool though. That's like a memorable moment for the game. I mean, if you guys plan, I don't know if you plan to, but if you plan to make other similar looking games, that could be like your running theme that every game people buy from your studio, they unbox in the game itself. These are just dad level ideas at this point. They're not even very good. Okay, so that should handle the first one. Let's see here. We'll get it like basic on screen with text right now so that I can test it out. And then tomorrow we can like make it look a little bit better with actual, you know, placeholder icons or something. We won't get too crazy with it. To make a game like Retro Game Challenge DX, but I need a proper budget for that. If you're like a big retro fan, top 5. Let's go Sega Genesis. Top 5 Genesis games. Are we using the upper right of the screen right now? Blueprint failed to compile. Did I break this? What is this one? Player hydrogen? Wait. Health ablative hydrogen. I don't know what this one. Duplicate. You still own a working Genesis? I still do too, but it's back in the US because I couldn't bring it with me when I moved here. But it should still be there. It was fully working. I had it plugged into my TV. God, the Genesis is good. So many good games in the Genesis. They used to sell like this this collection of games too, but they don't sell it anymore. The Mega Drive and Genesis collection. Not available. And there were so many good games that were part of this. Ugh. What a shame. But at least I bought it before they delisted it. You got a Sega CD as well. Why couldn't you have mailed it over? I guess I could still mail it, but I haven't yet. I haven't like, I don't know, I haven't needed it. I don't even have time. I don't play any of my consoles really anymore. The only time I load up the PS5 is... What did we play? We played Death Stranding 2 and... Ghost of Yote was all I've played on the PS5 so far. It was not worth. I should not have bought it. Or at least not as early as I did. Canvas panel. I'm gonna throw down a basic vertical box with some text blocks, and we'll just get this in game. I ain't gonna get too crazy with it. We'll worry about how it looks tomorrow. Like, I was they cut out all the Sonic games before delisting. Did they do that? Did they really do that? No. I bet it's probably possible to torrent to the old version of the game, right? I mean, you can emulate these nowadays, but it was nice to have it all built in one with achievements and everything. They still have the achievements there too, which is crazy. You can see two of my favorite games, Toe Jam and Earl and Sonic Spinball. I'm a weird Sonic Spinball lover. They cut out all the Sonic games to put with one of the newer Sonic games, Sonic Mania, in that 3D room. That's so weird. Why did they delist it? This is like actually published by Sega. So they didn't even answer why. Hey, come real. How's the stream going? The stream is going very well. I got a little sidetracked talking about Sega Genesis. And sell, yeah, but do they list those separately? Can you buy those games? You can't even buy those games. So what was the reason for it? Oh, we only need 5 text blocks actually. Who's competing? I thought Sonic Mania sold like hotcakes though. Like, it's a really well-selling game. I don't think anybody was looking at Sonic Mania and saying, I'm gonna go buy the old Sonic games instead of this new one. There's no way. All right, let's add the player effects view model. Global view model collection, player effects. Auto update. Can you give us some documentation? Because I'm in the middle of writing a big chunk of that. Like software to use or methodologies? What are you looking for my advice on? Such a weird reason to That's so weird. There must have been some licensing issue or something. Methodologies, making Markdown readme. What are you documenting? I'll have some very weird like methodology advice based on whatever it is you're documenting. Scripts. Oh, so like technical documentation? Okay, so I'll show you what I do for technical documentation, and it's a bit more work. It's a bit more work, but I think the outcome is very positive. And so far, everybody who's worked on it has said very positive. You might already have this, but if not, I can 100% recommend making a level with your mechanics on display along with technical document. Yeah, Jim. Yeah. So I don't know, you might already have this. I don't know. If you do, you can tell me I already have it, so shut up and move on to the actual advice. I like to do this for my stuff. Do you have like a single type of software that you document through Comreal? And do you have like a team? View binding source type, layer effects, source type. We probably have to convert that, right? Enum to text. Where do they put conversions? Conversion functions. Text. To text. I don't see enum. They do not have enum. I could store it. I could convert it in the MVVM. Yeah, because you'd have to do enum to string and then string to text. That's right, yeah. Okay. Fine. I'll change it. You have a team, but I'm thinking of making a bunch of documentation currently for our scripts. It's more back-end wise, so how far to talk with a script, what you can make to do. Yeah, I'm with Distro. Like, tell me more. Like, who is intending to read this script? Game designers, level designer. Just is it more just for like posterity and having there just in case you forget it in like a year or two? Really for programmers? I think then we can assume some base level understanding of knowledge, and it might be more useful to talk about like limitations, use cases, any special info that's needed to make it work, like any quirks. I do this for some of my technical documentation for like my platforms. And all of this is in the editor too. These are just the descriptions that I use for each variable. And then I put like any quirks down here, like limitations. Classes and locations. I don't know if this is the best. I'm the only one that really uses it, so the only thing that is really important to me is just like limitations. Archie Dev, thanks for the follow. Happy Tuesday. And we use utrack. I don't know what you use, but we use utrack because then I can link articles in other articles or in tasks. So there's another like benefit to that too. But I primarily have this so that when we hire a level designer, if we do, which I think we will, that then this can exist for them to understand along with the gym. But I think the gym is almost a better way for a level designer to understand it. And then they can just read the limitations and notes that I have here to see if there's any weird quirks. I don't know. We have outside tools, but I'm making a general quick overview thing in Markdown, which you can just quickly glance it over when interacting with script. Okay. So I hope what I showed helped. If not, though, I apologize. And if not, go fuck yourself. And I hate you. Kidding. Could do that. No, thanks, Alice. I was looking for a reason to go and shove something up the butt, so recommending that. The booleans should... Wait, what do we have as to text? No! And could I convert first to string enum? Oh, there actually isn't a string enum. So I would have to convert those to text. We have to text boolean, integer, blah 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 blah, but no enum. That's kind of annoying. Alright, I'll just refactor those then in here. And then we'll do a quick conversion. That's a bit obnoxious, isn't it? Get out of there. Ugh. Can you make it? Can you do like a wildcard enum to string? It just pulls in the byte. I'll make a quick macro. Make it a bit easier on myself. In respect for me doing everything in blueprints, I come from a programming background and this shit makes me sometimes want to pull my hair out of it. Trying to make a generic BP function with a delay for 15 minutes. A generic BP function with a delay? You'd want to do that in macro, because macros support... You probably know this, I'm not telling you anything new, but macros support latent actions. So you could do a global macro library. Macros have to be based on an object, but you can just use uObject. Do a byte. What are we doing? Enumerator byte. Enumerator byte. Why are you not working? I'm gonna do a wild card. Being an asshole. Must have non-default enum input. Macros can have you know what, I'll double check. BP macro library U object, because then it can be used anywhere. Blueprint macro library test. New macro. Throw and execute. Execute. UI. They can also do... They can do any latent action too. What the fuck did I do differently? Was it for sure a macro library and not a... The only thing is if you try to put a macro with a delay into a function, of course. I mean, who would try to do that, right? But that won't work. But you can do the macro with latent actions. Although I don't know to what extent they support it, but I know that the macro. You just make sure that the parent class is the same, because if it's U object, you can use it anywhere. So I can use this new macro anywhere I want. And it shows a little latent object there. Pass it back to me when you learn something about something that I'm doing a mistake with. That way you don't feel like you owe me. You're not sure if you've done visual or text scripting longer. I can say for my part, I only really dabble in visual scripting. Why is it not like that? I understand. Probably because it needs a specific enumerator, and we don't know what it is, of course, because if we just put byte in, then we don't know what enumeration to use that as. So I can't really make this as what it kind of comes down to. I was hoping it would accept a wildcard enum. Whatever. Lesson learned. We're doing it the old way then. The silly way. You did, yeah, you know what, you're right, yeah. No, I still owe you because you provided that GitHub. You know what today I did, Ogrim? I kind of implemented something that you probably already really made. I made my own custom effects and damage over time. Which, to be fair, it fucking works. I was pretty surprised I was able to get that working in a day, in less than a day. I was kind of expecting that would take 2 days. I made it, and it's all run in the blueprint component layer. I wrote this today. If I couldn't have got it working though, I would have asked you for help. 'Cause I definitely don't want to use gas. We don't need gas. Bloat, bloat, bloat. Okay, source type we can do text. String. Wait, it's already a text. What am I doing? Just doesn't show that it is, but it is. Got the wrong pink. I think gas is awesome, but for so many projects, the learning curve is just insane. Figured out it's not especially slow. It's faster and replicated super nice, apparently. I think the benefit to gas that makes it not slow is that it is default multi-threaded. But yeah, for me, the learning curve, it just feels bloated for what I want to do. And I don't know how much slower mine, or, you know, how much faster a slower mine would technically be. We're just ticking through a pretty small array. But I don't know. I don't know. What do I know? Nothing when it comes to quaternions. I'll tell you that. Proximity. That is not going to write to text. I think I do need to do to text boolean. And then ticks left is to text integer. Was there really no enum handling? Not really. There was like a get enum. That's for behavior trees. Oh well. Do we want conditionals? No, what we want is the visibility, but I think I'll handle the visibility later. Honey? Not writable at runtime. Probably because they are not variables, right? Oh, they're... Oh, hold on. Hold on. My bad. Now we're good. Do I have this actually updating? Yeah, it should be. I set up the listeners. But I don't draw the widget. Gotta do that. I'm just gonna throw it up here for now. We gotta make it look prettier tomorrow. Why is that not writing? Did I name the correct view mode? Player effects. I think it is MVVM player effects. I think I typed it in wrong. Let me double check though. No, it is player effects. They are set to notify. What did I do wrong? Oh my god, Jesus Christ. These neighbors, man. We know the MVVM is running. We know it's setting those unless it is not reading the right information. Let me trigger that only when there is an active effect. Mineral radiation. Continuous reapply. Ablative. True. 4 ticks left. Yeah, it's all there. They're set with broadcast. This isn't even used right now. Player effects. I noticed this is still showing enums. You know what I'm going to try to do? I'm just going to restart the engine. Because maybe me changing those to text kind of messed up with the It is still a beta feature. And even when it is not a beta feature, it will still have bugs as if it were a beta feature. Because that's how Epic works. It does look better now. Still not showing. Do they actually need to be variables? Like, am I crazy? I wouldn't think so. Everything looks correct. Yeah, take care, Ogram. Now that he's left, we can actually fix our bug. Okay. How's it going, Midrong? This was an interesting little dump about KCD2 NPC simulation. That will be interesting. But I need to fix my bug first, and I don't know why it's happening. Does not make sense to me. I could for the moment set these to immediate. Although I don't see why that would be a problem, but we'll just do it anyway. Nothing. Why? Why do you do this? I know we're initializing. Wait, do I know we're initializing the MVVM? Player effects, BPC, event graph, begin play, MVVM player effects, player effects. Did type that correctly. Set up listeners. On MVVM player effects object reference. He's just a consent. Yeah, it doesn't help me fix it though. We probably don't need a public getter. But that shouldn't be an issue, because it's set up the same way that we set up our resources, and those are working just fine. Is there like something different in the MVVM that I didn't? I know it's running this. We saw it hitting the right parts. We have set with broadcast. They are set to broadcast. The field notify is correct. Nothing else needs to be changed. Let me test something. It's not updating it. I wonder if the view model is just... I'll try reapplying the view model. I don't know. And I'll try just with source type. Player effects. I'm nearly 100% sure there's no functional difference between. Text box, right into the text box, as percent, MVVM player resources, player health. T source type text, right into it, MVVM player effects, source type 1. And I know it's running. So I know that the MVVM is initialized. Did we like not put the right widget on the HUD or something? I don't even know anymore. WBP player effects. There's an almond bran muffin recipe in the Epstein file. You know what that reminds me of was wasn't there a recipe in the Hillary Clinton Podesta emails? So this is now 2 big political leaks where we have recipes in them. John Podesta recipe. Yeah, it was his risotto. His creamy risotto. Or risotto, whatever the fuck. Absolutely wild. And like there were people like making it on YouTube and stuff. You had nothing to do with Podesta's creamy risotto. Fair enough. That's understandable. I do not at all understand why this is not updated. What if I were to add in the resources? Not this one. I'm going to add in the player resources here. I'm going to bind to text player resources player ability. First, I need to convert it though. That shows. So it's not the widget, it's my MVVM. Okay, just tell me if it's I'm gonna murder someone. I'm gonna go postal, guys. Event tick. Give me a print. Find view model instance. Context class. Never mind, we were not making the MVVM. It is in fact not valid. I know exactly why. I'm gonna tell you why. I didn't change this to be the proper class. It's not working. Oh my god. Just kill me. How's Redlock going? Well, I just fixed an annoying bug. It wasn't a bug. I'm just dumb. And that hasn't been fixed. I blame my parents for that one. I feel like the serious is not really comparable. You know what? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Every day bomb shot is a great day to not be on or associated with anyone on the Epstein file. I wake up feeling pretty happy knowing that. It's great to wake up and not be a kid fucker. I can say that with certainty. Oddly specific. There was somebody on Twitter I saw, like somebody who's rather well known, who was like, does anyone else find the Epstein files incredibly boring? I'm like, why are you saying that? What do you got to hide? You got done refactoring the ALS C++ refactor plugin to put every anim it references into a data table in order to pass in the unique animation. Still have Jesus Christ. That's crazy. Hey, there's someplace will ban you for just saying the name of stuff? What do you mean? Who's banning? Okay, now we can get this hooked up properly. Oh my god, okay. Delete this. At least we found the issue. Source type, damage type. Is you feeling better? Yesterday I spent like a whole 45 minutes debugging a function that I made to set up a pool of projectiles. I never called the function, it was fine. Dude, I do that with probably 50% of the functions that I make. I'm like, why is this not working? And it's because I just never plugged it in. If they added a warning, like, hey, you just wrote this function. Did you make sure to plug it in before you hit play? I feel like that would actually save me a lot of time. I do it near every day. Oh, like TikTok speak. Yeah, if you say like they won't say. Okay, I hate it. I understand it though for like YouTube for demonetization. Where if, you know, you can't say like rape or murder or but even like the TikTok speak, they'll say like ah instead of ass. I hate that. Just say ass. Like, what are we doing? Yeah, YouTube is way too. It's really annoying about it. Proximity base, we need to text bool. It's like it treats you like a kid, and it's just annoying. Like, God forbid somebody makes a documentary and wants to say murder. I don't know. I bet yeah, you get demonetized. They're still attacking people's livelihoods. It is really dumb. And there's a whole long list of things. It'd be annoying if they added it because it had flag functions that are called elsewhere, and you'd be like, stop throwing errors. I'm not using it here. Yeah, that's true too. Or you're like, work in progress, working on a function, and it would constantly warn you. You're right. Maybe it's a bad idea. Okay, now solar continuously those are the base options. When I walk in here, it's perfect. And basically when it shows that it's like the default, that would be not shown. It's beautiful, guys. Absolutely beautiful. I have made my own custom effects handler with damage over time effects. It's beautiful. And we can combine IDs. That's a small win. That's a small win. But tomorrow we will make this look a lot better with the like just some placeholder icons. We'll get this all working and showing. And we can always come back and refactor it or get it a better design later. As long as we're writing correctly to the MVVM, then we can do whatever we want at a later period. But hey, I'm glad. More experience working with MVVM is fantastic. We have all that stuff showing up. By the way, with the beauty of MVVM is we have all that showing up on the HUD without a single call to the widget. Nowhere. And the widget doesn't have any data on it either. Like there's no functionality here. It's completely empty. Good shit. Yeah, there's a lot of ideas that sound great, but then they're impractical or you wouldn't actually like it in reality. We need to get a better, Bomb Shot. You and I just suck at remembering to plug in our functions. We need to get better. But after 10 years, you would have thought that I would get better at it, and I don't. Yeah, it just is what it is. It's good though. I'm so happy we have this. I don't know what the cost is from like a CPU standpoint. I'd have to profile it, but I really can't imagine it being very significant. And it will get even cheaper when we write this in C++. Yeah, negligible if anything. Something I'm going to try is plugging in the function first. You know what's funny is I sometimes do that because I know that I'm going to put it there and I don't want it to not work later. But then other times I will not do it and wonder why my code isn't working. I have to like just burn it into my memory. Make the function, plug it in where it's supposed to be immediately, and then, you know, let it ride. It's pretty good. I finished right on time and we're at a good stopping point. So tomorrow we will just continue to work on that. Tomorrow we'll do two things. We'll do two things tomorrow. Not up here. We need to write some documentation about hazards. We need to make resource restoration stations. So what we'll do is we'll finish up getting the hazards shown on the HUD, which shouldn't take very long, maybe like 1 or 2 hours max. I'm going to write up some very basic documentation about the hazards, which will take, again, 1 to 2 hours max. And then resource restoration stations, we already have interaction in the game with, like, you know, things that are supposed to be buttons or whatever. And from a functional standpoint, our resource restoration stations are just meant to be, you click on it and it restores the resource that you have. So it's like super simple. And then we're done. And then we're done with those 3 tasks. Nice sound. Politics. Politicians. Silly idiots. Yeah. We'll get better. And then, you know what we could do on Thursday? As we will be done by tomorrow. Is on Thursday, we could actually go around the level and set some areas where there's meant to be hazards. And like maybe like a basic restoration station somewhere. Oops. What a great jump. And then if we want, we could play Neo 3. I was pretty blown away by the demo. And I wouldn't be against playing it on stream. I don't actually know what ICE out means. It means that they want ICE, the enforcement agency, out of their state. The only problem is that they do not have authority to boss around federal agencies. I don't think it'll have much of an effect. Might have to find Baldur's Gate 3 in the 7 Seas. Why is that? Just can't afford it at the moment. Yeah, MAGA is pretty iconic. Like, I think they've often gone back to different presidential candidates and shown how having like really simple, easy to remember phrases, you know, just amplifies the entire movement. Like with Obama, he had hope and change. I think he had two.
FBI, open up!
Oh, you're jobless. Yeah, it's understandable. No, I get it. I'm pretty pro piracy as a developer. It's not like I think you should always do it, but if you can't afford the game, you're not a lost sale in my opinion. Because you either buy a game or you don't, and if you don't have the money to afford a game, then you're not going to buy the game. But I think the best thing that you could do if you legitimately don't have money for the game and want to play it is pirate it, and if you like it, just tell people that you liked it. You know, influence them to become sales. Level design's looking good. Thank you so much. Yeah, we haven't played this in a hot minute.
And if you, in fact, if you look, come to think of it, well, I got to look at this myself.
I love that.
Wow. What a view.
Trying to find a cheap incremental game. Have you ever played, what's it called? Melvor Idol. Bomb Shot. I also tried Asbury Pines recently, and that was a lot of fun. But if you're looking for one, Melvor Idol is essentially incremental idle RuneScape. That's pretty good. It's quite well made. I think incrementals are usually idle, but I don't know if they have to be idle. I never thought about it. Bro, I missed that jump. That's wild. Actually, we refactored these platforms recently, so these are our new sinking platforms. So while you stand on them, they sink into the lava and then raise back up. That was fun to make. I mean, if you're looking for like really cheap too, you could always hit up third-party sites that might have some deals, or just wait for a Steam sale. But I can definitely recommend Melvor, as I've played that before. Apparently they're making a second game? Wow, okay. Yeah, this is great, and I think goes down to about minus 50% on sales, so you can get it for essentially like $4, $4 or $5. And that's got a lot of gameplay. And you can easily run that on a second screen, and you share cloud saves with mobile. So if you buy it, you can also play it on mobile, since it's linked to your account. And then there is Asbury Pines. I played this recently. This was pretty cool. This is more like story driven, which was kind of new for the genre. And this was pretty good. It's pretty good for what it was. You have 30 bucks left in your Steam account from both selling a couple old crates from CSGO and winning a raffle in a game dev Discord. Man, I know how you feel. I'm selling old TF2 uniques to make some extra money. Yeah. Nah, I know how you guys feel. That's like buying one new game for me is like a massive purchase. And I tried to limit that. And if I buy Neo 3, to me, that's like, this is my only big purchase for the next few months. Although I need to see when this releases, because I don't know if we can play this on Friday. Well, I won't be streaming on Friday, but maybe on Saturday. Release time. Countdown. 8 p.m. EST on February 5th. So that would be early Friday, wouldn't it? I could write lower on Saturday if we wanted to play on Friday. Would it be Friday? It says February 5th. $8 p.m. EST. Oh yeah, for PC, because then PS5 is a rolling release, but PC is global. Oh, they actually show it here. Region, I am +2, so we're like with Germany. So 2 a.m. February 6th. So I could play it on Friday morning if I wanted to move my lore stream to, you know what, fuck it, let's do it. Fuck it. We're playing Neo 3. It is fun. I do like the Neo series. We'll do it. I'll write lore on Saturday. Although it's... fuck it. Alright, guys. No. I am ahead of the schedule with lore, so you know what? I'll take Sunday off though, okay? Take Sunday off. But then we'll do that. Fair. We're very ahead of schedule right now, so I feel okay taking that time. But if at any time I feel like we're slipping or it's getting close, then I just won't stream. And I don't even know if Crimson Desert is going to be a game that I really get into. We'll see. Okay, so this is what we'll do. I will say hazards implemented and working with BPC and MVVM setup. Still need to make widget. Oh, and we've only implemented sphere
Daddy.
hazard. We have not done rectangle or capsule hazard yet. Yeah, we're just about. I'm just about to get off Huge Cookie, but it's nice seeing you, Huge Cookie. So we won't push that to main until tomorrow when we get the widget working. Once we do that, we'll push that to main, then we'll make a new branch for resource restoration stations, and I don't think that'll take. Okay, so hazards are in progress. And they will be finished tomorrow. Let's go. We'll play Neo for a week, Neo 3, and then after Neo 3, we will jump into like the custom gameplay camera. I think we'll jump back to. What's with the Twinkie shirt? Is this a Twinkie shirt? This is my Gamescom shirt. I don't remember what year this was. Still in pretty good condition though. They do their shirts well, Gamescom. Don't need this. Do we need anything from here? Oh yes, we still have a bug. I gotta fix that. Can't forget that. At one of the countries Reddit praised? Does Reddit praise any country? How good is Gamescom? I love it. I love Gamescom. I like Gamescom a lot more than GDC. Number one, because it's still cheaper than GDC, but it is just, it's massive. It is so awesome. I would love to get back to Gamescom. I would love to show my games at Gamescom, but it is expensive. I don't know if we could afford that without having some serious bank or having a publisher to pay for us. Maybe we could get into like the Polish spot, but I don't know if they would consider me as part of like the. And I think the Polish booth is only part of the B2B area. And I don't really have any need to show my game to B2B people. Nah, we'll worry about that in the future. But yeah, I fucking love Gamescom. I'm not gonna go this year though. I can't afford to go this year. But maybe next year, if we sell some pretty good copies of Redlock. So that'll be up to you guys. If you like the game, I will be looking forward to some sales from you guys. But yeah, either way, have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. We will continue hazards.
I swear to God, if you open up Cauldron Chronicles one more time, I'm going to send Delta Force.
I will see you guys tomorrow for more Redlock, and on Friday, I will not be off. We will be playing and starting Neo 3. If we get done with things at a good time on Thursday, I'll tell you this, I will replay the demo of Neo 3 and record it so that that part is recorded for YouTube. Because it's like 5 hours long, it's a pretty long demo. And we can stay a little bit longer on Thursday if that's the case. So whenever we get done on Thursday, we'll just call it there and we'll play through the Neo 3 demo. It doesn't have to be the whole 5 hours because that was doing like everything in the 3 open world areas that they provide to you. But we'll play it so that it's saved and then we can jump into it on Friday and continue it. I'm going to move my streaming setup over to my main computer though because I don't want to deal with the audio delay issue. And I do have my streaming setup working for my PC here. So you guys shouldn't notice like any change. I just won't be using my capture card, which has the delay. But we'll see. Yeah, I'm out. Okay, I'm out. I gotta go. I gotta call Rex today and talk about our art and see if there's any issues. But I will be on tomorrow for more Redlock. Some good progress today. I feel good. So very good. So guys, have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday. Stay warm, stay awesome. Peace. Much love. Thank you for all the follows today too. It's really nice talking to so many new people and catching up with some people who haven't been here in a while. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys.